Berkeley of engineering. What motivated this, as you saw, is really wanting to bridge this gap between academia and industry, and to also share experiences so that students can get inspired and maybe think about what might come next for them. That might be academic, that also might be industry related, and maybe some kind of combination of the two. So we want to share opportunity. That is the whole point for us coming together. And shout out to Paul in the back. So if you want to hear more about quantum in education specifically, and also public sector, Paul's the one to talk to. So a little shout out to Paul. Thank you for joining us. I pass it over to you.
All right, great. Thanks, Mariana. And thanks everyone for coming to this event. This is a great event. And I mean, as I sort of already introduced myself, but I'll say it again, Stefan Leichenauer, VP of Engineering. And as I said before, I spend most of my time these days thinking about AI related issues, and I'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. But really, my background in physics, I originally started on the quantum side, and really what Sandbox is about bringing these together, and that's also what this gathering is about, right? It's about bringing together, AI and quantum. That's what AQ is. But it's also about bringing together, academia and industry, right? Like many of us at Sandbox started in academia, like I started in academia, Mariana started in academia, Drew. And, we shifted over to industry, but we're, we don't forget our roots, right? And there's a lot of valuable interplay and, back and forth opportunities between academia and industry. And that's also one of the themes of not only what I'll talk about here, but also of this entire event. So I think another point I'll make, but I think it's obvious, we can be like informal here, right? Like we're all friends. It's a relatively small group, so we can, please feel free to like interrupt with like questions or comments or something, and we can have even like a bit of a discussion about some of these issues as we go, right? So I want to just provide a little bit of an introduction, to the themes that I've already mentioned, and maybe set up some of, what we might expect, at least thematically, for today and tomorrow. So also, I guess I don't think I see anybody in costume, even though it's Halloween. I mean, I'm wearing the Sandbox uniform, but that's maybe my everyday costume. Okay, so but let's go on. So AQ, what is AQ? What is this about, like subject matter wise? Well, one way, the A, AQ, the A stands for AI, so it's sort of like a nested acronym, so to speak. So AI and quantum, right? And these are technologies, right? There's technology areas that are emerging right now, right? They've been emerging. There've been a lot of buzz about these technologies in the last several years. Those of us who are kind of in the know have known that, going back decades, these are very important kinds of technologies, sciences and technologies. But now, at the present time, we're on the cusp in a lot of ways of new iterations of these technologies. They're both old technologies, but new iterations of these technologies are now getting very exciting when it comes to solving real world problems in new ways, right? Where there's a lot of breakthroughs happening. Some of them are more visible than others, right? Like on the AI side, especially in the last couple of years, has captured the attention of, the whole world since, the release of ChatGPT, et cetera. But there's a lot more to it than just that, which, we'll get into here. I also, as part of my introduction, maybe want to say a little bit about Sandbox's role in this field and sort of in general, and why we at Sandbox value the interplay between like the industry side and the academic side, right? So from the Sandbox point of view, how do we view these things? So these are great technologies, right? But Sandbox, as with any, industry company, like trying to build a business and so on, we love technology, but we're not really interested in just the technology for technology's sake, right? Like my goal is not to, have breakthroughs in AI or quantum technologies, right? My goal is to use technologies to solve a real problem and build a business out of it, right? And in the course of doing that, of course, we make breakthroughs and so forth. But the incentives are set up in a certain way, and that's like a good thing. But on the academic side, the incentives are set up differently. A lot of the more fundamental research is done there, which informs a lot of what we would do at Sandbox. And so it's really like this back and forth connection between what's happening on the industry side and the academic side, which allows us to not only go forward from the point of view of like, oh, we understand more about what these technologies can do, but also we're leveraging them to actually do those things, right? And really get it done and fill in some of the pieces that allow them to work in like real world scenarios and the messiness of the real world, as opposed to the pristine lab or the whiteboard. And so and I'll have some examples of that toward the end of my talk. The way we think about AQ, though, coming back to AQ, is there's sort of two sides. There's sort of focusing on two sides of the problems in question. So AI represents kind of the culmination of the last, I guess in both cases, both for quantum and AI, we'll call it the last 100 years in computer science on the AI side, right? And this is, the world of bits, as we call it, right? It's information, it's classical information. Now, of course, we have experts here who know about quantum information too, but the world of bits has kind of taken on a life of its own, right? It's at its base, maybe at its base, of course, it's physical processes, but really it's about, more abstract software, information manipulation, being able to see and sense patterns, draw conclusions in ways that are incredibly powerful, right? And then on the quantum side, at least the way where it is today, it's more about making explicit contact with the physical world, right? Like, of course, one day we may have like very powerful quantum computers in the same way that we have powerful classical computers that are manipulating things in a more abstract way. But really, when I talk about quantum physics and the way that it's relevant for like real world problems today, on the quantum side, it's about it's very much about what's happening physically in areas like in the molecular domain, like the interactions of molecules and atoms. It's about what's happening with things like magnetic fields and our ability to detect, tiny changes in magnetic fields. It's about, variations in temperature, and can we detect and use the information of, tiny temperature changes, right, with various kinds of sensing. And our understanding and our ability to manipulate quantum physics allows us to do more, understand more, and do more when it comes to physical objects and interacting with the physical world, our ability to understand and manipulate those kinds of things. And then bringing these together, right, our ability to understand and manipulate the physical world, and then use the power of AI and advanced computation to really master that, do more than one could, as just a mere human trying to, solve equations or, manipulate lab equipment, using AI to sort of supercharge that ability, both in terms of the learning and the control, in order to really drive applications. So that's what AQ is about, okay? And as I said, I'll mention in a little bit, at least from the Sandbox point of view, some of the big problems that are, we're trying to solve that are on the cusp of actually being solvable, or real progress is being made either now or in the very near future. But coming back to the other theme of this conference, or this gathering, this interaction between academia and industry. I already mentioned one of the goals is, okay, in industry, we're really focused on trying to make this stuff work in real life. And in the academic side, it's more about, understanding the fundamentals and making sure, we know what we're doing. But there's another aspect to that interplay, right? Which is about the sort of new workforce. So it just so happens, right? I mean, it's no surprise to people in here, but this stuff is hard, right? It's not the kind of thing that everybody is learning in school these days, right? That we should do more to teach this kind of stuff to, high school and every college student and so forth in order, if these technologies are really going to be transformative and spread and be everywhere. But, the technologies are not everywhere yet. We're still early on in the growth and development of these kinds of things. And so we need to put in special effort in order to train people, in order to, create that blossoming, right? To create those breakthroughs and to make that happen. So another goal of ours with this kind of interaction is really to create that workforce, right? And make sure that the opportunities to join that workforce are available to a wide set of people. It's not just the same set of people from the same like 3 universities that you always read about who are, being taught by the same set of professors and basically the same kinds of things over and over and over again. Really getting more of the opportunity out there, getting more interaction and more participation from a wider set of people is very important for any kind of change and breakthrough. And AI and quantum AQ is no different, right? So that's also part of what we're doing here is like a workforce transformation idea. And I feel like I need to plug the Sandbox AQ residency program. I think we talked about it a little bit before we got started here. But at Sandbox, one of the things that we, very concretely do besides events like this, which we love doing, but we also love to bring, like explicitly say, hey, you PhD student, postdoc, whatever, come join us for a little while. Work on projects with us, work on things that are important, not just to you, but also to Sandbox, get a little bit of a taste of what things are like in an industry context, not just maybe you spent your whole life thinking in the academic bubble. See what it's like on the industry side of the fence and then go back, right? I think in this last year we had over 100 residents come through of various kinds, right? Not just, and this is including STEM, like students and postdocs in STEM, but also, on the business side and, from medicine and so forth, and various folks coming in from government roles, right? And bringing in and sort of like having a melting pot of this kind of community that we try to bring together. And this is an example. We try to be an example of what we would like to see more of in the world. So this is, in some sense, it's kind of an ad. So if you're interested in in the Sandbox residency program, please come talk to any of us afterward. Yes, go ahead.
So Josh is a resident, Amra resident, and then Janet, you were a resident and now you're with us in a different capacity, which is amazing. So if you want to talk to residents, please, grab some time.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic. And of course, we also love faculty. I know there are faculty here too. We also work with university faculty in various capacities. But it's all about building these bridges, right? And it's not just like a one-way street in either direction. It's about back and forth. I mean, I remember, doing theoretical physics, 15 plus years ago. We were all in our academic bubble, and like anybody who left, it was like they just disappeared, and we never talked about them again. And it's like they were erased from the histories. Like, oh, do you remember this person? Oh, not really. Now I think it's a little bit of a change. It depends on which domain you're in, but it shouldn't be that way, right? It should be possible to be able to go back and forth. There should be open communication channels, and we want to help with that, right? That's what this is all about, right? Okay, so great. Coming back now, let's switch back over to back to AQ, right? And let me say a little bit more about how Sandbox approaches AQ and where we think we are today. Okay, so as I said, AI in particular has been very exciting for a lot of people in the last couple of years, especially, right? But what kind of AI are we talking about, right? It's like ChatGPT, like made everybody excited, large language models. Large language models are great. They do a lot of awesome things, but they're not the end of the story, okay? A lot of people are under the, false impression that large language models are the end of the story, and they're not, okay? And, as I said, Sandbox, we focus on the problems, not necessarily the technology, but from a problem-focused point of view. Let's start there. What are the problems in the world? There are a lot of problems in the world that are not language problems, okay? These are, quantitative type problems. Things like drug discovery, which we'll hear about a little bit later, battery chemistry, new materials, different kinds of problems in quantitative finance, right? Different, structural design problems, things like that. These are things that not coincidentally have to do in a lot of cases with aspects of the physical world, right? But they're really problems that they didn't start life as problems of language, okay? And if the only tool we had was a tool that, was trained on and is built to dissect and discuss language, it's not necessarily the best tool, right? There are other tools out there, is the point. And this is where the kind of AI that Sandbox focuses on, and also the quantum aspects, which have to do with the real world, come into play. Okay. So when we talk about AI at Sandbox and the kind of AI that we do, especially, we're talking about this more quantitative side of things, the quantitative problems, right? Of course, large language models are still useful, but the problems that we're worried about require more. And this is why when we talk about AI, we talk about not large language models, but large quantitative models. It's sort of an evolution of the idea. It's one that works not just on language, but also on these other kinds of issues that are more focused on these areas where some of the real problems in the world lie. And these are the big problems, not just in terms of making the world a better place, but also, if I put on my business hat, this is where a lot of the money is too, right? Which is also important. Like big sections of the economy are focused on these issues. So I want to step through just a couple of them in a little bit more detail, some of the things that Sandbox is doing in this area, to give you more of an idea of what we're about, the kinds of things that we work on with residents, the kinds of things that we think are some of the most near-term ways that these kinds of technologies can be applied as the technologies develop. So just a few examples now. Coming from Sandbox. So one which combines this sort of AI and quantum technologies in a really interesting way is a medical application, right? This comes from our AQ Med division. So the idea here, starting from the problem, right? Problem is heart disease, major problem. Heart attacks, major problem. It's a worse problem than I realized when I first got into, when we first started doing this. I didn't realize how much of a problem it was really. If you go to a hospital and you're having like chest pain, you get like an EKG, pretty simple diagnostic process. Some like large fraction, like a third of the time, something like that. The EKG will just come back like, oh, I can't tell what's wrong. Sorry. You're still like possibly having a heart attack, but the EKG just can't detect it, right? There's a whole class of heart attacks which are invisible to EKG. And then the process there is to have more invasive and time-consuming tests. EKG measures the electrical signal. If you could measure the magnetic signal directly coming from the heart as it beats, creating electric and magnetic response, you could detect some of these things. This is known using very expensive, super cooled, squid magnetometers. The new AQ way of attacking this problem is using not only modern quantum sensors, which can operate at room temperature and are small, and you can have a whole array of them, but also these things are super sensitive. They pick up a lot of noise. The AI side of it kind of provides software-based shielding, so you don't have to be like in an MRI-sized tube to keep out all the noise, right? And so a new kind of device, new kind of medical device, enabling new kinds of diagnostic breakthroughs for medicine. This is one example. There are like many others like on the horizon. This is one that Sandbox is working on, and we have it like being tested in real hospitals right now. And it seems to be, doing a good job. Cross our fingers, we'll be able to get FDA approval in not too much time so that it can be used everywhere. Along the same lines, right? We have AQ-nav, again, magnetic signal, right? This time, it'll switch in a second, I assume. The magnetic signal, not from the heart, but from the earth, right? Everyone knows the magnetic field on the earth points north, but there's not just big field pointing north. It also varies a little bit from place to place. Why? Because there's rocks and things all around that are magnetically active, right? Or, have like metals in them that change them. It's like a fingerprint, really, if you could look at tiny variations. How do you detect those tiny variations? Again, very sensitive magnetometer with good AI running on it in order to isolate the signal you're interested in from all the noise that's happening, right? And if you had this, then you could use it to tell where you are and where you were going, just using equipment that you had on you without having to communicate with a satellite, like using GPS. And, GPS jamming and spoofing is actually like a big deal these days, especially in, hotspot areas like, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, areas near China. But even it's becoming more and more of an issue. Once you start to look for things like GPS jamming and spoofing in the news, you notice that there's like a new article like every day about, and this is not just like a military thing. This is also like commercial airlines are being affected by this. It's a major issue. Anyway, this is another example of an AQ technology that is out there. Like we actually have had airplanes fly around, turning off the GPS, flying around, being able to tell where they're going in real time using this technology, right? It's still in prototype phase, but going. And actually, just the other day, this was recognized by this AQ-nav project from Sandbox was recognized by Time Magazine as one of like the top inventions of the year, which was like, wow, pretty. I didn't expect it, but it's very cool. And, it's sort of clear why, right? It's using these breakthrough technologies, but also solving a very important real world problem. And then the final example that I'll mention, which I won't say, you'll hear more about in a little bit from Andrea, is about using, advanced computational techniques to help with things like drug discovery and materials design and so forth. And this is one of those problems where, traditionally speaking, how do we find new drugs, new materials? We mix chemicals in a lab, we test them, right? It's very slow, it's very expensive. The more of that you can do with a computer, right? Like we know, come on, we know how molecules interact. Why can't we just compute it? And, well, it's a very hard problem, right? It's very hard, it's very computationally intensive. The good news is there's been a lot of advances in computation, okay, in recent years. Not only do we have GPUs, more powerful GPUs than ever before, but also the algorithms, including AI, and not just like large language models. This is a very important example of the more quantitative type of problem, right? AI plus other kinds of more traditional, quote, numerics, computational chemistry, and so forth, can all come together in order to not only figure out what's happening at the molecular level, does this bind with this, but also if you were to, follow that chain reaction all the way up to, say, the biology scale, is it a thing that will kill you when you ingest it or a thing that will cure you when you ingest it? Very hard problem, very hard to calculate directly from first principles, but it's exactly the kind of thing that first principles calculation combined with AI can really help with. Okay. And clearly this is also like a big area. I would say sounds very modern, but actually early version of activity in this kind of direction, like just won the Nobel Prize in chemistry a couple weeks ago. I'm talking about AlphaFold. And it's extremely exciting. We're very excited about it. Everybody should be excited about it. But you'll hear more about that from Andrea in a little bit. So this is kind of an overview of, why I would say we're gathered here, what we have going on at Sandbox, what, this is not an exhaustive list of all the things that one can do with these tools, right? I didn't even mention something like quantum computers. It's kind of maybe clear, at least to some people, like for example, in this application, one day, not tomorrow, but one day a quantum computer would plug in very nicely into the workflow for this kind of activity, right? Those very hard corner case problems where really any kind, no matter how many GPUs you have, there are some aspects of quantum interactions that maybe you just can't capture just by computation unless you had a quantum computer, right? Not every case, you still would need the rest of it. And the rest of it, GPU, workflow, et cetera, the AI, that's the stuff that we can do today, at least at Sandbox, where we're interested in what can actually be done today. But then when we look toward the future, that's where future technologies come in. And that's really the sort of the sweet spot of the interaction between industry and academia, is being able to look out at what's on the horizon. So anyway, that's what I have, and I'm about finished on time. And I'm very, very excited to see, all the discussions that we have today and tomorrow. So thank you.
Also, you'll be around for a bit, right?
Yes.
So thank you. Sorry, think also about the magnetic field, just how the students, the magnetic field change from north to south, like.
Yes.
Then like change and how.
No, great question. Great question. So indeed, the magnetic field of the Earth is not like, the total magnetic field of the Earth is not constant in time, right? So if we get into a little bit more detail, actually the piece of the magnetic field, the features of the magnetic field we're interested in are more or less constant, right? Because they're baked into rocks and the crust, which to the extent that they move in ways that are very predictable. Things like, tectonic plate shifts and stuff, which are very slow, but we understand. There's a lot to really do this well. There's a lot of like geophysical modeling that goes into it so that you sort of know what to expect. So when you do, say, a magnetic survey, you can then model how the survey would have changed over time by understanding, the dynamics of, say, the very slow dynamics of the Earth's core. A big source of potential error is like solar activity, right? You have to also be tracking what's happening with the sun, sunspots and solar flares and so on also mess with you. But that's so the answer is yes, that is an important consideration. It's not as easy as it sounds, but all of those, the changing magnetic field of the Earth is a solvable part of the problem because of a combination of geophysical modeling and also various kinds of filters and so forth in order to isolate the piece that you really care about. Yeah, Paul?
That spectrum of different industries and whether it's.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think a lot of times in research, one is inspired to kind of follow the money.
Yeah.
Or overvaluing the word, when you look at the size of the market impact, it seems really small, or they're missing.
I mean, I'm not going to, well, let me answer the second part of your question first, then come back to the first. The numbers, the exact numbers, I'm sure we could argue over, and we could say maybe some of them are too low, maybe some of them are too high, et cetera. It's certainly the case. I don't want to create the false impression that there is a small market for language models. There's certainly a big market for language models, but it is also true that language models are overvalued / overhyped, right? The reason is not because they're not useful. The reason is because even, if I now, let me just put on my language model hat for a second. Language models themselves are also at like a very early stage, right? In two ways, both the kind of academic fundamental understanding way of like, there's a lot of improvements to be made about how language models perform and like what they're actually doing under the hood, right? It's very easy to trick a language model. It's like clearly not thinking in the traditional sense, even though a lot of people pretend that they are. So there's more to understand and more to do there. But the other side of it is also underdeveloped. The industry side of it, actually deploying these language models in a way that they can solve real world problems is also like harder than it looks. And, you know, it's a thing that like, everybody who's tried to do this in industry has run into like all kinds of problems, right? Like if you know, a language model is great, but if you're doing like 1 million transactions a second, you can't like run a large language model on each one to analyze it, right? It's too slow, it's too expensive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's issues of privacy and security. There's, you know, issues of, you know, there's a whole discussion we could have about open source and closed source, and it's not clear which of the providers is going to exist in 6 months, right? There's all kinds of real world issues, even just on the language model side. And there's, you know, the famous hype curve that people talk about of like, you know, when the technology is when it first hits the scene, hype goes way up. But then as you try to implement it, it's like, oh, wait, this isn't really as good as we thought. And I think the language models right now, you know, it's kind of an interesting case because it's still developing rapidly. So new capabilities are coming out, which are keeping people excited. But at the same time, the hype is beginning to wane in a lot of ways when it comes to real world implementations. And so the language model story is far from over, and will certainly by itself have a big impact. But I think the thesis I would present is that even with that, even if you allow for language models to reach their full potential, they're still missing huge chunks of what we would like to do. Great. Yes. I have to leave this afternoon, unfortunately, but I'll be around at least until lunch. Yeah, thank you.
We have the study, we have the master's in medical chemistry, we have the physical chemistry, so we kind of go over the spectrum there. We're just medical pharmaceutical companies, and we are proud to have them as our VP of drug discovery.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about AI and LCM and drug discovery.
Right, thank you. I really enjoying the presentation so far. It's great to kind of have the opportunity to present some of the research we're doing at Sandbox on drug discovery. Really try to use machine learning, AI, and simulation and our LQM methods as well to try to really help identify new promising drugs that could help patients for unmet medical needs. So, you know, it's an exciting time in drug discovery and drug development as well. There is this kind of hype really around AI. It's incredible, the new technology and the opportunity, right? The thing that potentially we are now able to do that before were just impossible. And I think there is a lot of expectation and maybe too high expectation on what AI could do for us in drug discovery in particular. And I kind of like this example because try a little bit to highlight some of the challenges in using AI and machine learning in drug discovery and drug development, right? So all my kind of work, like since I started working in drug discovery, my focus is really rational drug discovery, right? Or maybe rational structure-based drug design. And the reality, like if you look at the kind of language model, it looks like they're not really good with logic and reasoning. So it's like, if someone asks, can this work on rational drug discovery? Maybe the question is a little bit tricky to answer, right? As you can see here, there is no logic here. There is no reasoning. It's just memorizing everything and then try to, I guess, provide back pieces of what it memorized from online available data. And you know, sometimes if you look online, there are a lot of nice tests available. I don't know, I really love Philip Dick is a writer, like Blade Runner is one of the famous movie with Harrison Ford. And you know, there is a test there to try to say, is this an android or a human? And then like, people try to use that test on ChatGPT, and the result was like, it's a human because it's an empathic type of test. But I feel like we're still not quite there. And this is good. I like this because means humans are still relevant and not yet kind of, I guess, old-fashioned. So, but there are good things these methods can do, right? Intuition, we're very proud of our intuition, but in reality it could be, in some cases, a little bit tricky. And this is an example, it's a nice test that I failed, for example, and most of the people fail. So it's a very simple say, hey, if a bat and a ball cost $1.10, you know, the bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much costs the ball? And I just, you know, without even thinking, it's like 10 cents, right? You just move quickly toward that. And instead, ChatGPT is very good at that. Say, hey, no, it's not that. It's 0. Like it's 5 cents, right? That's the key. And then it's like very not logic, I guess. It's very math driven, and it works. And so in some cases, it could be useful to highlight some of the limits of our intuition, or maybe some biases that we may have and thinking quickly or jumping. And so it's complementary, but I mean, for me in particular, the dream is, all right, let's kind of take AI approach, ask him to memorize everything in the literature, every single scientific paper, every single drug discovery experimental data, every single clinical trial result, and maybe electronic record, health record as well. And then can we use this new approach to find a new drug? And this is really exciting. I feel like that would be the dream, right? It's what I want to do is like ask ChatGPT, hey, draw me the next drug for breast cancer or glioblastoma or whatever, right? That's the dream. And, you know, so far their answer is pretty reasonable. Say, hey, I cannot do that. So they try to show a molecule. So this is like how you can write chemistry using like a symbol, like only characters. And so it doesn't work, just to be clear. But I think it can help, right? And especially if you are trying to solve a question or try to find a new drug that could be actually like a hybrid new molecule based on data that are available, that is possible. And now there are a lot of AI-driven drug discovery companies really trying to do that. And the idea is what we call in our field like best in class. Like it's not a new molecule targeting a new kind of type of disease area, but it's the best in class is like it's a new molecule, but it's like better than what is available. But there are already data and there are already molecules in the clinic, maybe molecules in the market that are working. And what you could do is like learn from those data and try to create something that is better. And that's still very valuable. And there is a lot of opportunities there. But if you're going in a new direction, like a completely unknown target that is extremely exciting, but the data are sparse, maybe not fully reliable, then we cannot expect just this approach to answer this question because there is basic science that is missing. There are no data there. So how can we approach those type of problems? And those are the most exciting, right? Those are really where we want to be completely transformative. Like I feel like Sandbox is obsessed with innovation and game-changing solution and moonshot direction. We really want to bring something that is extremely valuable for patients. And the vision is, can we try to teach AI physics and chemistry and biology? Because that's how you solve this problem, right? If they can really understand the physics and the math behind those molecules interacting with those proteins, maybe there is something we can actually do that could be extremely valuable. It cannot just be learning experimental data, though. It needs to learn the basic principle of kind of biology and science. And so this is what we try to push a Sandbox, and we call this large quantitative models. And the idea is they are not just simply based on data, but they are based on potentially understanding and knowledge. And that's what we're trying to see if it's possible. And it's extremely exciting, but it's for sure not trivial. But I feel like it's an essential next step. So the vision is machine learning AI is extremely powerful, but there is an applicability domain, right, that we need to keep in mind. And that applicability domain just limits the power of the prediction, right? you can extrapolate, but maybe if you're going too far, it's just not reliable, right? There is a risk or an error in the prediction, and we need to ensure we take that in account. So for drug discovery, very often we want to go outside the known chemical space. Like if you think about every single circle here is a molecule, right? There are 10 to the power of 60 potential molecules. So it's more star than the universe. And you need to find that crazy molecule that is a drug and with a lot of different requirements. And that is an outlier. It's $1 billion molecule, but it's not easy to find. How can you identify the molecule in this huge space if you only have data for a limited fraction of your kind of region that you want to explore? You can train a machine learning model on that, but it may fail. So what we can do and what we're trying to do at Sandbox is try to expand the applicability domain of the methods using simulation. It kind of synthetic data if you want, but it's really based on physics, based on molecular simulation, based on quantum chemistry, based on the principle of kind of drug protein interaction. And so that is powerful because it can go beyond the training set. It can expand it, but also it can help you to design what's the next important or valuable experiment that you want to consider to improve your AI approach. So you can imagine we can use a Bayesian approach to explore the chemical space, to identify those data points that could be the most relevant to move faster. Then that's the key. So just for your information, drug discovery is extremely expensive, slow, with a very low probability of success. Like if you look at the molecule that reached the market, it's like you have 90% failure, maybe 80, depending on the source you're using. It's, you know, billions of dollars in research, 10 years, just there is a lot of room for improvement. And every single step in the right direction is helping patient at the end. So this is the right kind of field where we want to be impactful. And if you look at the evolution of rational drug discovery in industry. So this is a little bit different from what you see maybe in papers in academia. This is more like thinking about adoption in industry. So we started in the 60s with simple structure activity relationship. And this is really, I have a molecule, I know the activity, I have another different similar molecule, and there is a different type of activity. Can I, just looking at these two structures, understand a pattern? Can I see something there that can help me understand what's going on? And that is really kind of medicinal chemists looking at the result of their data, looking at the molecular structure and try to understand what's going on, really. And then you can say, well, can I try to do the same, but in a more quantitative way, and try maybe to use some computational chemistry methods to use to try to do that. And then maybe we can try to move to a 3D space, molecular, not just on the paper in 2D, like they are 3D kind of object. Can we take that into account? And there is a lot of technology to try to take in consideration the conformation of the molecule. And then kind of I started my journey, I joined this kind of exciting direction when the first GPU started to be available. I was doing my PhD around that time. And so that was exciting. I was doing structure-based discovery where you can really try to look at the protein target in complex with the molecule. And I remember when I was doing that during my PhD, everyone was saying, nobody's using structure-based discovery design in industry. And I thought like, okay, I do it. I go to industry and then I would be the first. That was an exciting opportunity. So, and then everything started to be more structure-based design. And the GPU were really kind of helping that because the simulation time that was available now and reachable was much more relevant for the type of things we were trying to study. So that was exciting. And then we started to get better and better. And then deep learning arrived. And for me, it was extremely interesting because during my PhD, I was learning about the QSAR, right? And I say, well, for every experimental data, you can only have maximum 5 descriptors. That was the rule that my professor was teaching right now, because otherwise overfitting, non-overfit. That was like there was this dogma. It was like 3 to 5, maybe you can go to 3. That was it. And then deep learning arrives like, no, just throw how much kind of nodes you can. It's like the bigger the GPU, the more you can. And that was a bit surprising, but it looks like it's working, I guess. And so we're not too afraid of overfitting anymore, maybe. but that was exciting. It was a very different view compared to the, 2000. And then the foundational model arrived, and Stefan highlighted the AlphaFold and Nobel Prize, super exciting. You really start to say, hey, we can really have kind of generative AI methods that can be extremely impactful and game-changing. And we can just take advantage of all the data available. And now I feel like it's the next step. Can we actually bring physics back into the game, have AI and physics together, go hand to hand to create this LQI model that could really be game-changing? And I wanted just to give you an example of the kind of evolution. There's a little bit of lag, but let me see if it's maybe that. Oh, there you go. So this is like an example where you have like the molecule on the left, the molecule on the right, and you see there is only one methyl difference there. And so the medicinal chemist's work is like, which molecule I want to make next. Like I give this molecule to the chemist, say, what do I do next to increase activity? And then say, well, the old way was like structure activity relationship. Let's just try to stick this methyl there and see what happens. So you make the molecule, test it, say, hey, it works, it's more active. And so the rule is you find a pattern, a small hydrophobic group there is useful. Then I can say, well, can I do something a little bit better? Maybe I can create a function like in the early days, a function that takes some descriptors that are able to predict the difference in activity. And so maybe I can use descriptor that are molecular descriptor. I can say, hey, molecular weight is more hydrophobic, you know, the methyl is an electron donor. Can I link all these properties? And usually was linear, additive, and it was kind of really try to avoid overfitting. And then the next step was, what about the 3D conformation? And say, that's actually interesting. Like when you think about 3D users, like this is fully planar, like this molecule is all electron are all happy running around the molecule. You add the method there and it's now more possible. You have the conformation on the right. So you can see it's not planar, it's kind of with a 90-degree angle. And that is interesting. Maybe that is important. And so maybe I want to have descriptors in my model that take into account the 3D geometry of my molecule. And then I move it forward, say I can actually look at the structure of them, and the structure will show you how this molecule is interacting in the protein. Now I have a protein target. I know what it's doing, and there is a nice complementarity. So the methyl group would be this guy here, this kind of circle that is in this nice and little kind of pocket. And so you have a lot of hydrophobic interaction. So it's actually locking the bioactive conformation, and this is why it's working, right? And then you can look more at the structure. You can see you are able to find other interactions that are relevant. Like, I know why this nitrogen is important. It's creating a hydrogen bond with the oxygen here. Maybe this other one is less important. Maybe I can replace it and see what happened. And then you can try to optimize the property in a way that makes sense to try to maximize the activity and try to find a clinical candidate. And then you can use molecular dynamics. Like the next step is say, this is kind of still just looking at one static picture. What if I look at the dynamics of the system and we have a sandbox, a unique approach that is extremely fast using absolute free energy perturbation. And what it's doing is like the free energy binding is a thermodynamic property. I can just look at the two end state and look at the free energy difference between them and predict the free energy binding. And so there is a complex kind of molecular dynamics-based workflow that is able to do this comparison and looking at the molecule free energy in the solvent, the molecule in the complex, and say, hey, the difference between these two is the free energy binding, and the higher the free energy binding, hopefully the better is the activity. So you can actually try to, this is not a machine learning model, this is really physics-based driven prediction, understanding the molecular interaction of your system. And then you can say, well, maybe I can try to use it at scale now, right? With the power of GPU, imagine I don't know the target for my molecule, can identify the target. So in this kind of slide here, we have like 3 different molecules that are interesting, and we want to know which one is the target. And these are all different proteins. So all these kind of 4-letter are different protein, and is a phylogenetic tree. Like if they are close together, these proteins are pretty similar from a kind of evolutionary viewpoint. If they're far apart, instead they're quite different. I take all these 120 proteins and say, hey, can you find which one is the real target? And you can take every molecule, try to predict the position in every protein, and then predict the affinity, and then try to find out which one is the real target. So you can use this if you have a promising compound you don't know the target of, you can try to identify it using physics-based method. And that could be the starting for then improving the affinity when you know what it's actually doing, right? And then it works pretty well. Our pre-energy prediction approach, this is just an example. It's a simple one, but it's like we have the predicted on one axis, the Y, and the axis, the experimental free energy binding. We're able to classify, rank the molecule, even if they are diverse, that is still applicable. And so we can actually try to understand the physics of the interaction, and this can be extremely relevant. And we can combine it to machine learning and try to use active learning to search the chemical space efficiently. Like our approach is extremely fast. It's a couple of hours per molecule on a T4 GPU that compared to the standard that is more like several days. Here, I think, is trying to maximize efficiency in the search of the chemical space. So we can use a Bayesian approach and an active learning strategy to really, at the beginning, maybe we do a random sampling of the conformational search. We train a machine learning model on that, and then we do the second round. And this really optimizes the search. Try to learn from combining machine learning AI with physics-based to identify the kind of winning compounds. And we can show that we are able to, every kind of different cycle, we are able to find more and more molecules that are promising. So here is like the x-axis is like how good is the molecule, and every cycle we are able to show that we're finding molecules that are more and more promising, exploring the chemical space. Like in this case, 1 million molecule, but we don't have to profile all of them. We can just profile 2% or 2.5, and we are finding very promising or the most promising molecule combining physics-based and AI/ML. That's kind of the vision, really. And we can use it in active learning. So this is a real active project where there is an exciting new target. There are no drugs in the market. And what we did is like we started from 5 million molecules that you can buy on the shelf. And we went through our kind of computational chemistry pipeline, combining AI and physics-based together. And we propose 1,000 molecules, and we find some promising compound. And now we're trying to improve further. So this works experimentally. It's proven to be valuable and effective. And it's kind of the key is how can we make it better and better and faster? And when you have the hit, like how can you go from a molecule that is active to the real drug candidate, right? There are many other properties you need to take in account beyond affinity. And so you need to search the chemical space and try to improve permeability, metabolic stability, solubility, and other properties to be sure that your molecule really works, is not toxic. And so we can create a lot of molecules very quickly. There are different methods. It's just an example. And then we score them, we try to rank them, and we kind of try to showcase we can find the good molecule earlier on in our list. So it's really about efficiency, speed, and success rate. Those are the three kind of key variables we're trying to optimize. And we can try to take the results from our simulation that are fully physics-based and try to say, can we kind of create a graph neural net able to understand the physics? Like I provide all the molecule could be graphs, right? And the protein could be graph for atoms and bonds. Can I try to use that as an input to a GNN to understand affinity? And maybe that could be the start. We will have a graph neural net that will understand, because it's trained on physics-based solution and result, it will understand off-fluid chemistry. And that is the direction we're following. And then we can plug it in to generative AI. So the idea is like, well, now what about we have all this kind of very cool scoring function and way to understand physics, machine learning model that can tell you, yes, this molecule is soluble. Yes, this molecule is not toxic. Yes, this molecule has a high affinity. We take all this scoring function and we plug it in to a kind of reverse diffusion approach. So you start from the protein pocket and you try to create a molecule from zero using reverse diffusion, build it in the pocket to maximize the reward function and really try to find from scratch. Instead of searching the chemical space, now you actually de novo design the molecule that optimize all the requirement you want. That could be affinity, another property for permeability, toxicity, efficacy, brain penetration if you need to go there, and pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics. So this also is a very exciting direction. Again, combining ML and AI with physics-based solution. And this is overall the strategy. Get the next slide, is combining in an optimal way. There you go. Combining an optimal way, this LQM platform is taking building blocks. You can imagine there is a building block that is physics-based, there is a building block that is AI-based. We combine them together, depending on the question, to create the optimal solution and workflow that could be able to solve the client problem. That could be pharma, biotech, or academic groups. And I know we're a bit over time, and this is kind of the next slide is how we plug everything together in the design, make, test cycles. Like you want to optimize making the molecule, actually designing the best molecule, make it and test it, and we can use co-folding, our free energy perturbation approach, and then generative AI, and then we try to understand the conformational complexity of the system and a knowledge graph to take into account other type of data that are maybe more challenging to include in the reward function, maybe clinical outcome from competitors or other omics data or proteomics or other information that are available. And with this, I want to thank you for your attention. This is my team. I'm super excited about what we're doing. It's an incredible team of excellent scientists. We had actually 2 residents, and now they are converting, both Shinam and Lauren. They were resident, and now they are joining full-time. They started as PhD student, then they moved to postdoc, and now full-time member of the group. And this is, next slide, is the full AI SIM division. It is coming. Yeah, there you go. These are all the people in the overall material science and kind of drug discovery AI simulation team. And I want to thank you for your attention.
I have a couple of comments.
Yep.
One, Shinam is CUNY Grad Center.
That's true.
So just out,
Yeah, that's a great point.
That is, you shared with me and through your slides an article in Drug Discovery Today published in June 2024, and it showed that the success rate for AI-generated drugs was something close, for phase 1 clinical trials, was something close to 90%, which flips completely the success rate by traditional methods. Of course, it's limited because there are not that many AI molecules, and they're not all the way through the phases of clinical trials, of course.
Yeah.
But you should take a look at that paper, and initial results, as we know, are highly promising.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great point.
So at some point you had a slide that showed the sort of the funnel from like millions of protein or millions of molecule candidates, and then the AQ filtered it down to like 1,000 something.
That's right.
And then tens were sort of maybe active, and then so it's going from million down to basically 3 at the very end, right? And how should we think about these numbers, like this 2.7% hit rate, for example? Like, is that good? Is that not good? Especially given the amount of, like, say, time and money that it costs to get from the 5 million down to the 40 or the 50.
Right. It depends. So it really depends on the target. So there are some targets where the hit rate can be much higher. And there are other systems that are more complex, and the hit rate is lower. So this is a very challenging system. But the reality is the workflow is a compromise between speed and accuracy. And so you need to ensure you are able to consider enough molecule to find those winning compounds. And in reality, it's still extremely efficient and game-changing. Like, it's really important to compare it to the other methods that were used. So like there are others, like this system was also tested using a DNA encoded library approach that is kind of a state-of-the-art experimental way to find new molecule. And it didn't kind of work at the end. So it's really highlighting the complexity. And for this system in particular, the binding site is very flexible. There are loops that move. And so having a precise affinity prediction is extremely challenging if you want to be fast and efficient, because in reality, what you should do is like for every molecule, you should really run a long molecular dynamic simulation that can understand the entropic contribution of the small molecule, maybe lock in those loops. And what is the protein reorganization free energy? So there are some simplification that you have to make to explore fast enough the library. And that is, having an impact on the hit rate. Yeah.
But still, like you were just saying, there are
Yeah.
other methods that have been tried out. This is a challenging system.
It
And, like,
is,
other
yeah.
methods besides, these AQ methods. The end got 0.
Yeah, or they were right. They were much worse. Yes. So there is another collaboration where we were able to provide a 30 times superior hit rate, and that was a very successful story. Again, the hit rate was low, but compared to just taking like they screen 250,000 a molecule, and instead we just screen few thousand. So it's much faster, cheaper, cost effective. The hit rate is higher. It's more efficient. Yeah.
At the top of your talk, you gave a really interesting example demonstrating that you couldn't reason.
Right.
You kind of see what the principle that it was missing in the first example.
Yeah, yeah.
The immediate value theorem, or that becomes your final.
Right.
Is there a particular chemistry principle that you're trying to make your machine learning system learn through that setup that you showed on your slides?
Yeah.
Trying to teach. Is there a principle you're targeting?
There is. So it's really kind of molecular interaction and try to understand, hydrogen bonding, hydrophobic effect, or I don't know, polar interaction, entropy. There are all these aspects that the vision would be, if you show enough of those results and those molecular dynamic simulation, it should learn about physics and chemistry. That's the hope. It's like almost saying, is AlphaFold learning the rules of folding the protein? There are some paper suggesting it's learning some basic kind of principle that may be important. It's still a bit questionable if it's true, but I think that's the direction we're trying to go. Yes. So the key difference is the training set data. And also it's really trying to go and focus more on applicability domain, ability to extrapolate beyond the training set and try to understand what are the limits. If you are able, the key concept is if LLM is able to understand the key principle behind that prediction instead of just the prediction, like instead of focusing on the result, you extract the knowledge from the training set. It's like the learnings. If you are able to extract those learning hopefully are applicable broadly and they're still valid when you have a totally different system. So like the molecule now is completely different, but the principle, the key physics is the same. If you learn the key physics, that prediction should be reliable because you are applying kind of really the rules of chemistry to the prediction instead of just saying, oh, this molecule is similar to this other molecule, therefore it must be active. It's not like that. It's like this molecule has these properties. I understand those properties, and those properties are the same of this other molecule. Therefore, I can predict with a high level of confidence. I think that's the key message, really. Yeah.
But that's the thing, we'll eat a little bit of time from lunchtime, so we'll take 15 minutes for a short break. Please feel free to network and ask questions, if you ask questions, and then we'll come back here at 11:30. For my favorite part, which is the career development panel, so if you're a student, like extra credits and whatnot, you can come to the next one.
Showing no physical, it does not seem. Oh, come on. You see, no, it's not able to.
Hello, can we reconvene and let's start the next session, please? Thank you.
Quantum background, by the way. So we met Rudy, it's so
Hi,
nice to
nice.
see
Thank you very much.
We met Rudy randomly at a conference, at
That's so good.
NYU.
Okay.
Because he wanted to meet Mark, and we were like, we became friends. We were like, wait a minute, you're not similar. We do. Yeah. It's a small world. isn't it?
I won't hear this so much. You guys see both in demo. We're at about what the panel time.
Thank you all for coming back to this session. As a graduate student, this is always my favorite part of every conference I went to, just to see the real world impact of what you're doing now, what you could be doing, after you get your degree or your PhD or whatever it is. So I'm very glad to we got this on the symposium. So I'm gonna introduce our panelists. First is Dr. Mark Hillary. He's not a stranger to most of you, I think there's people over here. And also this big plug, tomorrow is hunting day 2. It's in the same room, so please come and do the talks from tomorrow. The next person I'm going to introduce is Dr. Mariana Bonanome. She's a very experienced mathematician. She worked as a professor here for many years as well, and she's transitioned to industry. So if you have any questions like that about transitioning from academia to industry, she'd be a good person to answer that. She's currently the head of AI strategy and partnerships at NYAQ. She's also founded the EdTech. She has a lot of experience across the board. We've been in with Dr. Ruby Raymond Harry Futra. He's an executive director of global technology and applied research at JP Morgan Chase. He's a computer engineering and informatics expert. And he also has a talk tomorrow on the quantum day. So trying to get out for the logo for July. So we heard from him earlier today about drug discovery and AI and LLMs. He's an amazing scientist, and he's also generating the industry. Then we have our author, Amrul Imam, who he has a master's in applied physics. He has a wealth of experience in outreach, and he's passionate about preparing the next generation of AQ experts. So that's all. Just to let our people who are online know, put your questions in the chat, I can send them out to the panelists. I will first ask everyone here to maybe tell us what you did last and then what you're doing now and how you ended up in the role that you're in now. And then I'll open it up for questions and I'll start maybe with Ruby.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I didn't expect that. Okay, yeah, well, before, I joined JP Morgan Chase last December, and now, about 10 months since, but before, like joining the team, I was a researcher at IBM Research in Japan. I also taught quantum computing from 2019 at University of Tokyo as a consulting professor. At that time, I taught in total more about 500 students. I was also a project researcher at Keio University, one of the private university in Japan that firstly collaborate with IBM for this quantum computing activities. And they gather a lot of industries in Japan, automotive and so on. So I help them to understand quantum computing and how to apply that to industries. So how I end up here, so actually it's thanks to Mark actually. So it's a claim that for myself that I claim that maybe the first wave of computer science that did quantum computing after when I was a student in 2000s. So at that time when I was a student at Kyoto University, I think Peter Shor had this paper on prime factorization, and my professor at the time said, okay, if you're interested in doing some physics and also computer science, this is like kind of interesting thing, so why not studying it? So it was kind of the first laboratory in Japan that do this quantum computing. And that time, like we have this very hard problem because we want to have like quantum memory, but we cannot copy it because it's like quantum bits cannot be, there's no cloning theory in that. And then we have some difficulties. Then I end up with reading Mark's paper on this. If you allow some error, then you can actually do cloning. Right? You can have this probabilistic cloning. And then it helped me writing my PhD thesis. So if not to his paper, I didn't get the PhD. And then, yeah, then it was also strange that because we didn't have quantum computer at that time, right? Even now, we don't think we have quantum computer. At that time, like it was like almost theory. And so what happens, like when I joined IBM Research, I decided, okay, let's apply this mathematics of quantum computers to AI and machine learning. At that time, we didn't call it AI because everybody was afraid of saying AI, right? So it was machine learning. It's or optimization. So like AI is a taboo because 3 times the fall winter of AI. So yeah, so then I mostly work with industries in Japan, like automotives, even startup companies. Also, we work together for applying machine learning. And luckily, in 2016, then there was kind of like a quantum device, and now I back to this community, and then New York was the center of this, right? So then I end up here. Thank you very much. Sorry for the long talk.
And we're going order. Well, first of all, I'd like to start by saying it's an extremely humbling experience to be sitting with this esteemed panel. So it's really an honor. Before I get to what I'm doing now, I think the most immediate thing before working at Sandbox was the master's in applied physics. And I was able to do that because of a program that granted me a full scholarship to pursue such an education. I lived in the UAE for 20 years before coming to New York. But there were very, very generous scholarship from Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the president of the UAE. I was able to come to New York, pursue a master's in whatever field I was interested in, which happened to be applied physics. And then I got access to a remarkable lab, the Center for Quantum Information Physics, headed by Professor Devachabani. And while I was, kind of starting to explore what quantum computing is, I I got exposed to algorithms, and from previous experiences, I knew that these hands should not exist in a lab and should not touch any algorithm. So it seemed like clicking on a keyboard was probably my best expertise in that field. And I got very much interested in Grover's algorithm. It was fascinating to me, the ability to, potentially find some form of advantage for unstructured search problems. And so I invested a lot of time in that, and through, the amazing collaborations that Professor Javad Shabani has created, one of the things that the lab did was weekly seminars. And at the beginning, it was wonderful because, you get access to these amazing experts that are coming both from academia and industry to talk to you about cutting edge tech, cutting edge research. And then one of those visits happened to be Mariana Bonanome, representing Sandbox along with Constantine Venerable, but I don't think he was here right now. He was just here a minute ago, and he was a resident at the time. And part of Mariana's presentation was Grover's algorithm. So you can imagine the number of questions asked.
We kept me 20 minutes over the.
Then you ended up keeping me for a year and a half at Sandbox. But yeah, it's through opportunities and connections like these, truly meaningful relationships that, I was able to kind of get further into the field. And then, when I met Mariana and Constantine, I got to hear about the fact that there's an entire education team at Sandbox, which happens to be a startup, by the way, that's purely focused on workforce development and content creation in the sciences for artificial intelligence and quantum. And that to me was almost like such a foreign idea, because I was embedded in research and academia for so long, I didn't even know like that was a thing that I could do in industry. And so I joined Sandbox and I participated in amazing projects. Some of you have participated in some of them, the New York City Hack most recently, where we brought a bunch of universities together, industry partners, to kind of work on this concept of workforce development, but also fostering collaboration between academia, governments, and industry. And so, yeah, a lot of the work of the education team focuses on that, and I've had the pleasure to be a small part of it throughout the past year and a half.
Let's see. Well, I guess I'll start with with graduate school, but I'll try to keep it all brief. So I got my PhD in essentially mathematical physics, and the type of mathematical physics I was working on had connections to quantum optics, which is a field that sort of combines quantum mechanics and optics. And so I ended up getting a very good postdoc in quantum optics, which was split between the University of New Mexico and the Max Planck Institute for Quantum Optics in Munich, Germany. And after that, I was hired by Hunter College, and I've been there forever. It seems. Okay. And so for the first 10 years that I was there, I was working mainly on quantum optics. And I ended up with a very nice collaboration with a research group in Bratislava, Slovakia. And so the person there, Vladimir Buzek, put together some really, really good conferences. And typically they were really small, maybe 50 people. And they were often held in a chateau about 70 kilometers from Bratislava. And this thing was run by the Slovak Literary Society, so it had resident staff and things like that. So, and you were completely isolated. So there was no sort of wasting your time going off doing other things. You were there, you listened to the talks, you discussed with people. And so there was a presentation on quantum information. I'd never heard of it before. And I just found it absolutely fascinating. And it was by a graduate student of someone named Arthur Eckert. I don't know, some of you might know the name of the E92 protocol, 91 protocol, I think. So anyway, Arthur was there. So I had a nice chat with him, and he sent me a stack of papers, which I actually read. And that's sort of how I got into the field. And the first paper I ever did in it was with Vladimir on the quantum cloning that Rudy mentioned. And Vladimir and I are extremely grateful to this day that we didn't do something really stupid. Because this was the first thing we had ever done in the field. It would have been really easy to make a dumb mistake, and just, but phew, luckily we did not. Okay. And then I've been doing it ever since. So, so I'm not the earliest person in the field, but I'm one of the earliest. I mean, we started in, I guess, well, the paper was published in 1996. And it was a very small community at the time. And I have been absolutely shocked at how big it's gotten. I'm very pleased, but it's just, I've been absolutely astounded at the growth in the field. It's
And may I add, you're very humble. You won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Slovak Academy of Sciences.
that's true.
You're
Yes.
honored. That was a huge honor. So Mark is very humble. Chat with him later and you'll get more coming out of him.
Okay.
And maybe, so I joined Sandbox a couple of years ago, a little bit more now. Moving from pharma or biotech, the vision was really, so what I realized is like in pharma and biotech, I was spending a lot of energy trying to convince people to do and take risks and try game-changing technology that was still not fully proven to be effective. And pharma can be a little bit traditional in the way they do research. There is, I would say, maybe a cultural, in some cases, not always, but resistance. And so I realized I was spending a lot of energy, and then I started to talk to, a few people at Sandbox, and it was the opposite. I felt like I was the most conservative. I felt like and they were so excited, and it was so refreshing. For me, it was incredible. It was like, almost like, oh, we changed the world, or we don't even try, right? And we just kind of give up. And then it's like there was really a vision, there was impact, and transforming and try to really show value for patients. So I just embraced it, and it was extremely exciting. And so far, I feel really lucky. Actually, there are great scientists. It's an environment. Like you need a real open-minded culture that is close to key core values with passion and a vision and really doing everything possible to prove impact at scale. I think this is kind of the reason why I moved from pharma to Sandbox, and I felt extremely excited and happy about that.
Yeah, so I guess I will also try to keep it brief. I was lucky enough to meet Mark Hillary in 2003. It was 2003. And I studied combinatorial group theory. Backing up a little bit, like Amro, I studied applied physics at NYU Tandon. Back then it was Polytechnic with the same professors, mind you, John DeBartolo, Vladimir Sprinovich. I learned quantum computing then in '99. And then I went on to do doctoral work in combinatorial group theory. And I said to my thesis advisor, may he rest in peace, Gilbert Baumschlag, also here at the grad center. I said, I'll write quantum algorithms. These decision problems have solutions from 100 years ago, and they're super exponential time, like so slow. Like we can do way better in 100 years. No one's tackled them. And I said, I'll write a quantum algorithm. And he was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Go find the physicist. And we got connected through Joe Royfer, who was so lovely. And Mark, thankfully, agreed to take me on as a student and has completely changed my life. And we did some research together, and I went on to be a professor, so CUNY. And much like Andrea's story, your story really resonated with me. It was, the feeling, and I lasted 21 years, mind you, in the system. It's given me a lot of great things. It's provided a safe place to do research and really innovate with my teaching and go after grants and do amazing work cross campus, and benefits go on and on and on. However, I always felt like I was not maybe the right fit for the pace and in terms of open-mindedness to new ways of of teaching, new ways of approaching things. Again, I was always kind of thinking outside the box, like, why don't I use what I learned from one field to solve the problems in another? Like, this was like unheard of kind of in a way, because you're very siloed in academia sometimes. You tend to be siloed. So I was lucky enough to see that I can approach things from a different angle. And I have to give shout out to my amazing co-founder, Drew Parker. They and I started a company, ed tech company. We did a lot of open source work, and this was Drew and I trying to innovate, trying to push things to the edge, and trying to make the world a better place for our students by removing the barriers, concretely making change. And we did so. We did so with the help of government grant money. But then there came a time where the grant ended and we said, what do we do next? So we have a company and that's been going great. However, there was so much more that we wanted to do. So when I saw this incredible opportunity at Sandbox, it checked the boxes: quantum, education, open source, the list goes on. It was just such a great match. So I was very surprised, and it was so refreshing when I met my future colleagues, and I couldn't believe, you know, when you would throw ideas out and say, maybe we can innovate by going this way, they would say, amazing, yes, let's do it. And I was like, really? Like, are you really saying, should we try? And like, it's okay to take a breath. It's okay, because you're looking for this huge impact, and not everything you're gonna do is gonna succeed, but we're gonna try. And that to me was just game changer.
I mean, this just shows that there's no one thing that you can do after school or the other school. So, you know, I love it. I love it. Do you have any questions? When you're happy? What did you do? So nice. Oh, yeah, I can read it out.
Okay.
One of the things I think, how? Okay, first, something was not already on the front. And I think the reason why is that to the second time, and I had thinking, how would we say this team in the country that they're working on alliances? I'm trying to see if we can encourage. How would you do this more with how? If they were doing alliances?
So, I guess, what I can say is talk to somebody from a company, because, I mean, we've been talking to Rudy, and that's been very useful for us, to find out say, what kind of things JP Morgan Chase is interested in. We're now working on something which we hope will, jointly with them, and hopefully it will turn out to be useful.
So talk to people outside of.
Talk to people outside of you. Well, I mean, there was a reference to academic bubble earlier, and yes, you've got to get outside of it. That used to be not so easy because there wasn't much commercial interest, but things have changed. Now there is, and so it's much easier to get outside the bubble and talk to people who are not just in academia.
And there was one comment about how best to maybe align ourselves. So I would say, don't do that. I would say, of course, build your skills, but I would say, do the research that you're passionate about and that you love. Even if immediately there's no obvious application, you don't know. In a few years, you might be the leading expert on that thing because you loved it and you made headway there. And we're here today because of it. Did you anticipate, Mark, in 1996 that we would be where we are here today?
No, I mean, and you know, certainly the attitude back then was within physics departments that this is all going to go away. It's just a little bubble, and I remember giving a talk at my thesis advisor's 70th birthday conference, and I got a comment from somebody in the audience because this was the only talk on quantum information. And all they managed to do is factor 15. So that was kind of the attitude back in those days. So yeah, I mean, nobody really thought, a lot of people didn't think it was going to go anywhere, and well, it has.
Can I comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a very good comment. I think like everything we do, of course, we have direction, right? But usually, like when we aim at that direction, even if we couldn't achieve that, it is a byproduct that actually maybe become more popular, right?
Mhm.
That, for example, like people went to the moon, but byproduct of that, like Fortran and all of these technologies that we use today, right? So usually, like even for physics, I think like maybe we didn't aim at anything, but a lot of things happen from that. Even for probabilistic cloning that you have, like, you know, you didn't anticipate that, but then now we have that. And other people, younger people, they have more creativity to apply this. Or something like so. Yeah, I think like believe on what you want to do, like your passions, and just proceed to do it.
Maybe if I can comment on that, another possible strategy could be to try to take what you are really passionate about and try to see if there is a way to apply it to a problem that industry is really interested in. And that could be a potentially a win-win situation, because maybe there is some overlap, maybe actually using your, you know, creativity in that specific problem is super relevant. Maybe it's a really interesting application. And so, you know, sometimes you don't need to change completely what you're doing. You just almost rebrand it a little bit, and that could work, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that's a good question. What exactly is AQ? Is AQ a program? Is it a circuit? Is it an application, or is it a system?
Way of life.
I like that. How do you put it together? It's like very confusing to me how you put together with an application or ecosystem. Do you need to know quantum computers? Do you need to know quantum programming? Do you need to focus just on the concept and the science? And how do you?
Maybe my view first, yeah. Like, in my view, AQ means intersection between machine learning, AI, and simulation. And that simulation could be quantum computing, but doesn't need to be quantum computing. And at the same time, I think it's actually a culture. It's a very important, we're very passionate about the AQ way. And that includes really core values that we think are essential to be impactful at the level we want to be. And that means, you know, ownership, it means fearless attitude, it means continuous growth, it means not be scared to try and fail, service leadership. So there are, it's like the Q way is a combination, I think, of AI, machine learning, and simulation plus culture that is essential. Like without the culture, I think it's not gonna work.
So when you talk about simulation, are you talking like you need to learn concepts like Monte Carlo, simulation, these methodologies?
It really depends on the type of question. I don't think it's very narrow specific. It depends on the specific case study you're trying, the problem you're trying to solve, and try to understand, I guess, the key laws, the control, that specific, I guess, event. It's more thinking, can I have a combination of knowledge and AI, and together, can I transform the question and maybe simplify what is possible to be simplified, and instead try to model in a precise way what is really relevant for that question. And like for that discovery is different than quantum communication or quantum sensing.
Yeah, and in fact, I was going to say that. So the A and the Q in Andrea's use case is more towards quantum chemistry simulations,
Yeah.
right? Looking at that kind of knowledge. But the Q and other use cases, like for quantum navigation, that is coming from magnetic sensors, quantum sensors that are detecting So that's real world data coming in, and that data then goes, and we use AI on that data. So sometimes the data is coming from simulation, sometimes the data is coming from sensors. So the queue is different depending on the application. And one more thing that I would think about is that moving forward into the future, it is unlikely that we will have very useful output just coming from a pure quantum algorithmic standpoint. Likely, most of the useful applications will have quantum and classical. So we'll have this hybridization. Some parts of a computation will be classical and some parts will be quantum. And it depends on what is fastest, cheapest, optimizing for whatever you're trying to solve for. So I think thinking about AQ, you can think about it from a few different lenses.
So you need to focus on the computer complexity now, like what is, when it's pure classical, what is a combination of quantum and classical, and what is pure quantum, like.
Yeah, likely we'll have a
you
combo.
become an expert. I see.
It'll be some kind of hybrid, I think, but I would love to hear your opinion about it.
We'll also hear today, like from one of the speakers, Monica Van Dyren from NVIDIA, as to how that interplay between artificial intelligence and quantum in their case, it's quite different from ours, but still useful nonetheless.
I see, because they already actually developed a processor for both areas, right? And
Yes.
GPUs, and now they're doing quantum processors. I see.
So Mark, you were talking about how you were delightfully surprised
Mhm.
that years later things have
Yeah.
blown up. And Andre, you were talking about your experience in the traditional biopharma companies having a hard time pushing on innovation. So my question is initially to Rudy, but Rudy, within a bank, how do you, and then we have the first student question, which is related to like, how do you sell yourself your ideas to get the next opportunity? So when things combine, Rudy, what sort of advocacy do you have to do inside of a bank to push on something that may take many years for the bank to find, return on investment? How do you make the case to the powers that be of a big institution to advance a long-term research and development?
Well, that's an interesting question. So, yeah, basically, this is my personal opinion, not the bank opinion, right? So, basically, when we talk about quantum, it's not just computing, right? So it's also about communication. In fact, I think like what Mark's paper and also other, mostly like what we see is like quantum bits are used for communication. Even Arthur Eckert that he mentioned before, it's also about this securing communication, and that's already happening, right? With the technology that we have now. So I think like for banks like us and also from other companies, secure communication with quantum communication, it's actually you can do it, and then we have to start doing now, because when we want to apply it, we have to meet the standard. There's some regulatory approach that I think our college at Amex also mentioned, right? That will take years. Even like technology company can like innovate quickly. They can do like, for example, coding quite fast and things like that. But when you apply it to society, we need to change it. And then we have to start from now, for example, because from my previous experience when I worked in Japan, like changing, for example, standard for that will take 10 years, things like that. And imagine what will happen 10 years after this, right? In the communication, I can be sure that even other countries or many companies already start doing this secure quantum communication, even wireless with satellite, right? So sure, for communications already happening, we have to start now. Then I can sell it. Actually, this is what you can do. Even if you don't have quantum computing, we can do something with quantum communication, right? And then we can test our quantum algorithms there. And then now, for example, we have GPU, and we know that, as also related to the first question there are what I call, I think, one of my colleagues, Asli Montanaro, he wrote a very nice article that says the application of quantum computing is actually zero qubit quantum application. It means like you don't need quantum computer for the application of quantum computing, right? Because the mathematics behind that, some mathematics really makes proves simpler, for example, or you can revisit the old question that you have before. I think remember several 2 or 3 years ago, there's a paper called that multi-interactive MIP is equal to restart. Just like this problem is it's undecidable by classical computer, but if you have like unlimited entanglement, then it's solvable. So it's kind of like it's already application in theory, right? So yeah, this is like how we sell it. I'm expecting for serendipity, something that happened, and we have to prepare. And we already like see that in communication, we can already apply it. Maybe we can use some of this primitive for computation also. And I think like, but the main selling point is like we can revisit what we think was difficult before, which probably we can look at the mathematics, maybe we can simplify it, make it faster or more efficient. Thank you.
I'm gonna change it a little bit back to more of the career development platform to be more student focused. I'm gonna ask, what kind of skills outside of the classroom or outside of your activities, or the actual technical skills that you have that what you really are today, what kind of outside skills do you have to develop to become, you know, a professor, if they would, or an AI strategy, something, what kind of skills, what is students doing to develop outside of just the classroom?
This is directed to me.
How can answer?
Well, since I'm generally focused on what happens inside the classroom, I'm not sure I'm the person to answer it. I mean, an honest answer about becoming a physics professor is you have to work hard and you have to be lucky. I mean, that's, you know, there are more people who want to do it than there are jobs. And, you know, I consider myself to be extremely lucky that I was able to do this and focus on what I really wanted to do. Not a very encouraging answer, but
Sure. Yeah. So even though like I have not had the plethora of experience that this esteemed panel has had and brings to this conversation, but like over the time I've been in industry, I've been observing very, very intently because it was a completely different environment for me. And there seems to be a couple of consistent themes amongst people that have, you know, become quite successful within industry and have shifted over from academia. And that also goes in tandem with some conversations that I've had with recruiters before that constantly talk about some pain points that are missing from applicants to the jobs that they're posting. There's a lot of emphasis on communication, and it's not something that should go by lightly. Like communication is not just your ability to present a PowerPoint. It's your ability to talk with your teammates effectively, and to also ensure that, you know, you're listening and not just waiting. Because, you know, in a passing by conversation, it's fine. There are no repercussions. But in a team that's supposed to be extremely efficient and very much goal focused, if all that you're doing is listening to your own thoughts and you're unable to take in whatever insight and input that the rest of your team is providing you with, there's so much hindrance and resistance that doesn't end up allowing you to leverage the full potential of this team. So communication on many fronts is extremely important. And that's just one of the things. And, you know, like being able to present your work, being able to talk about your work and not being shy and not thinking that, you know, it's not humble to talk about yourself. Like you need to have the confidence, because nobody has the time to look up what you're doing. You need constantly at the top of your head to be able to, you know, if you end up having a conversation with Rudy and you want to have an internship at JPMC, you need to have some form of framing in the back of your head as to what your experience is, what you've been able to develop, but also you need to make sure that you're able to communicate that effectively to Ruby, who's extremely busy, has a lot of projects that he's managing. And, you know, you have a very limited amount of time to speak to him. So focus on communication is the thing that I will emphasize. There are other things I'm sure the rest of the panel will address, but communication should not at all go lightly.
So maybe like for me it's essential like team spirit. We are really looking like it's an extremely complex problem that we're trying to solve, and we need to work together. Otherwise, we will fail. So you can be the most smart person with excellent research, but if you're not able to work together with the rest of the team, it would just not be effective. And so that it's really kind of try to ensure you're passionate about what you're doing, you feel excited about the direction, and you try to show that when you talk to people and try to drive innovation, inspire others. And it's really kind of take your core values and bring them outside and show, hey, this is the vision, this is the passion, this is the direction, and I want to bring it together, and we will do amazing things, and will be fun at the same time. So that's kind of what we want, what I'm looking forward when I'm interviewing someone. And it's not easy in some cases to understand that, but yeah, there are things you can try to maximize that message, I think, when you communicate. And I think communication is the key for sure to highlight. I think.
I think we get all that too. I think sometimes when you ask a private student, you assume that they work, speak for you. And then you look into and realize that, your work, if you will not speak for you, you have to speak for yourself. You have to be able to communicate with you, and also be a person you like to work with. I think that's probably it.
Speaking of workforce development, I'm putting together a quantum track at CCNY. And I want my students to get all of the jobs. So basically I'm wondering what kind of classes, what kind of subjects should I be putting into the track? And specifically, what sorts of things should be on my student CV?
Well, I can share, we worked with NYU Tandon School of Engineering to get a quantum minor. And one of the big things that we focused on was taking advantage of the resources that already existed at the School of Engineering. So NYU, for example, has a $20 million clean room that they just built, which is amazing. They have that nanofab lab, they have a medical AI robotics lab, they have, and the list goes on and on. So taking advantage of the Grove School of Engineering, which is very illustrious, taking advantage of the resources that are there is where you want to build. And it could be that maybe you shine in the hardware and the devices, or maybe you shine more on the algorithms and complexity and compute end. You should make sure that whatever you give birth to, especially from the beginning, should be taking advantage of where you really shine, because the quantum space is large and there's so many directions you can go in. But I would also emphasize again the AQ, because likely we're not just going to be in a quantum silo. We're going to be interacting with the classical world, specifically AI, ML, and existing classical algorithms. We want to make sure that you have that plug in there where, the AI and the ML can kind of, in a sense, enable or supercharge the quantum piece of it. So don't forget that as well. So that's just kind of broad advice. Maybe we're.
I have a question to the panel that I think could serve as an answer. So if you're looking at CVs of students that are just, let's say, coming out of graduate school, as a recruiter, are you more interested in the courses that they've taken or what they've been able to do and outputs? And in terms of the practical skills that they've also developed through that, are you more, if you had to choose, are you more interested in the coursework that they've done or what projects they've actually created?
That's probably for me. Yeah, I think we do have two tracks for researcher and software engineer. And for researchers, depends, you expect more on publications and top conference, journals, something like that. So mostly like really published or perished things. But for software engineer also, we want them to be able to program, to apply what the technique, or like maybe using GPU or programming for solving practical problems. So that's the kind of skill that helps. But again, as Amro mentioned, communication also is important, right? Because you have to communicate how what's your work is different or relevant to this. So I think like during the interview and of that, communication skill surely helps. And also, as Mark said, luck, right? But again, even having luck, and when you get the chance,
Yeah.
you have to be prepared. But it means like it's also another skill, I think. So when you mention luck, actually like how you can take advantage of that, that means that you have to prepare. And I think to know, as you mentioned, not only quantum, right, but also AI, machine learning, and other applications, even chemistry, right? I don't know much about chemistry, but then we know that the application of quantum computing is also on chemistry, drug discovery, material science. Which means like, because even quantum computing itself, it's not just about physics, right? It's mathematics, information science, computer science, and they're different. And that, I think that's what makes it interesting, because it's intersect a lot of fields. Now, some application, AI, for example, which also another, and also programming. And it's very hard to find people who can do all of it. So yeah, maybe like not spread out too thin, but also have one specialty in one field, but also knowing the other field. So it's not become siloed, as Mariana mentioned.
And curiosity. When interviewing candidates, it's not just, you know, being kind of one track, meaning that I'm a great coder and this is me and this is what I hope to grow and learn in.
Yeah.
Are you looking to grow and learn in this direction and that direction? And how do you do in situations where, in a startup especially, we're pivoting a lot? How do you handle rolling with things like that? So having that kind of flexibility and curiosity about, you know, trans disciplines, like what does that look like? That's really important.
It's interesting that you mentioned pivoting, because in industries, a lot of things happen, right? And I also think in university, you also have to pivot research.
Research.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not just one,
Mhm.
like if you see it's changing, you also
Mhm.
align with that, because
Mhm.
when you publish, you want it, some people to understand
Yeah,
it.
right.
You only want to understand it's not a interesting field, right?
Mhm, mhm. And that's also the communication thing. I mean, you have to write papers that people can understand. I've certainly seen some brilliant people who are known for writing utterly incomprehensible papers.
I feel like I've read all of them.
So, from software background in physics, but you have no background in AI. Is AI something that is, I think, given the freedom to pick up while you're working at the company, or is that something that's expected to have?
What company are you talking about? Sandbox? No, like we pride ourselves on bringing in folks who have, you know, experience across many disciplines. So, for example, just in our education team, we have Janet and Kayla, who are PhD neuroscientists. My co-lead on the education team, evolutionary ecologist. Then Amro and I applied physics and me mathematics. So like just on that education team crossing, and I'm sure Andrea, what kind of disciplines are represented on your team?
Yeah.
Probably
So we have,
many more.
yeah, we have computational chemists, we have AI machine learning expert, cheminformatics, quantum expert, tensor network expert, software engineers, then material science expert as well. Quantum chemist, medicinal chemist. Yeah, and now computational biologist, knowledge graph expert. Yeah, I'm just
Yeah, the
trying to
list
think
goes
about it. And like, yeah, we're so I would say if you like, especially Sandbox, you could potentially pivot as well in the company. Maybe it can be an internship or a postdoc where you try different things and see if those are aligned to your passion and career trajectory. And so we are flexible and we are able, so it's a dynamic environment where I believe your background is important, but it doesn't limit the potential. Like you're not kind of just in a box, like, oh, you are a physicist, that's it, there's no way out. No, it's like, it's really, every person is treated as a unique kind of opportunity, potential, direction, and so, and actually the most exciting people are the ones that really try different things and move from one area to the other area, because that is where really you find innovation with this kind of link between different views. Yeah.
I would recommend reading the book Range. And they talk about, I'm sorry, I don't have, we can look it up after, but if they were talking about how those who have the highest impact and the highest level of innovation generally are coming from outside of field. So you're using your expertise and what you learn in one field and you're solving problems in another. That's giant impact there. So, you know, we at our company welcome those wanting to make moves laterally and wherever they want to go, because we're seeing innovation coming out of that. And so we foster it. But we might be unique, I don't know. So what do you think, Rudy? What does it look like at JPMC?
I have to expose my secret. Yeah, but I think you're correct, right? Because like usually if you're like too accustomed to one field, like you think only one solution, like a particular solution, while people from outside the field probably like you think, oh, maybe we couldn't use this technique but people from outside, because they start from zero, they didn't realize about it, right? I have many stories about like people say that you couldn't solve it, even with cloning thing. Right? You have, if I believe that, oh, there's no cloning theorem, then I have to give up. But then if we allow error, then you can actually clone it. If you allow some mistake, something like that. But the funding is also kind of like people, if you maybe work in, I think Hollefort founded in 1970, and then Mark invented in 1996. You see the gaps there, right? So, well, I think Mark also came from outside because he was an optic, right?
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
quantum
yeah,
information
yeah.
guy. So you see the example here, living example here, right? So, yeah, I think that people from outside will give a new insight, that new tools that we can use. Yeah, I agree with you.
So I'm the only thing between you and one. Okay, I'll read it. What is the kind of thoughts on IBM the function services in modern? What tools do you prefer to use instead? I think that AI is not like this, right? Not like this. Hi. It's wondering if you want
Maybe I can help you answer that because I was from IBM this year. Yeah, I think the circuit gate model is just mathematical model, right? How you write program. I mean, quantum algorithms, simple. I mean, as far as I know, we don't have really like call it Python or C++ or something like that, because reversible. Every computation that we have, it's like it's more convenient to write it as a gate model, but I think that's just a mathematical formulation. You can write it in other software, so I don't think it's kind of like I mean, a nice thing to write, but might be evolve into other computation model. And I think for software, I don't know which to prefer, because back onto my experience when I was a senior high school student, it was Pascal. And then C and then C++ and then Java and like Python now, right?
Mhm.
So software will evolve and like, you don't know what happened. But that's why when I joined computer science, I didn't want to do program
Yeah.
because I know that it will change and my skill will be obsolete. So math, physics is something that natural, it's foundational. If you know that, you know, well, of course, if it's programming language, there's some foundational theory there. You know, that's easy to switch. I know many programmers who can handle multiple languages. Right? So it's not just particular software, but making sure that you understand, not just using.
Thank you so much. Certainly in space of panelists. We do want to sit you all for taking the time. And then we'll come back and have a fireside chat with Mariana and our guest from OpenAI and about the AI native future. So please join us at 1 p.m. for that. And let's just
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
That was great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Feel like you need to get officially the kind of like the impact that you have is mind-boggling. Everywhere, it's just and it's at scale as well. It's really remarkable, and these are like the people we've heard from. Like I'm sure your students are everywhere.
Well, I guess it's really focused in New York. Mariana and Seth, and it's some of them have gone off other parts of the country, and some of them are sort of doing this stuff. Yeah, I guess probably the last 10 years.
Of course, thank you for coming, Andrea. Thank you.
But yeah,
We need like a secret recipe of how you end up creating such amazing students that continue the impact that you've had on them to other student bodies. I'm sure there's more of the recipe more than that.
Definitely attributed. Well, we'll see how my latest batch does. So, send them off into the world. Hope they do good things.
I'm
So,
certain they'll do. Thank you very much. Mark.
okay, no, certainly. Thank you for helping to organize this.
Of course, my pleasure.
At the beginning of the training? Yes, that was great. Yeah, on the beginning of the Q wall.
How was everything?
So then you know, how
I think his head is gonna explode off his body. Why would you do that? I said, I don't know. He said, you were.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I am a child. And I break things, and it's okay. Are we ready? Yes, we are now.
Apologies for the delay, had a bit of a. That's with Zoom, but when creating the symposium, we kind of wanted to switch things up a bit. We didn't just want to talk a very diverse array of programming. We had talks so far, we had a panel, and now we're going to talk about with a very nice fireside chat. With Joe Captain from the team at OpenAI and Mariana Moroni, head of AI strategy and partnerships and market team, building AI native.
So thank you for being here with me, Joe. We really appreciate your time. And I know that I speak for a lot of us when I say we're super excited to have you and have you share your perspective.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah, so why don't we kind of jump right into it?
Yeah.
You and I chatted yesterday thinking through what might be kind of exciting for folks in this audience. We knew that we would have some faculty, that we would have some industry researchers, we would have students of all levels and multidisciplinary approaches. So we were really excited to think about, you know, what is common ground for all of us? What excites all of us? First of all, we're all interested in education. We're all interested in leveling up in some way or another, no matter where we are in our career. That's of interest, but also learning about some new developments. That's really interesting. So why don't we start by, I guess, getting to know one another a little bit more. We would love to hear more about your background and what led you to the role that you're in today.
Sure. Well, again, thank you everyone for having me. It's really nice to be here. Already had some good conversations with a few of you, and it's I can feel the brain power in the room. It's a lot of people working on very advanced topics, and it's exciting to be around. So I work on our go-to-market team at OpenAI. My role specifically, we're very secretive sometimes about certain things, as you can imagine. But my role is working with customers and prospective customers to apply our products to their use cases. So role specifically, you might hear the name solutions engineering, sales engineering, pre-sales engineering. My background, starting back from college, was in engineering and then and mixed with political science. And I took a hard turn into the startup world and moved out to Silicon Valley. And it brought me on this path towards trying to find the bleeding edge of whatever I was working on. And in the context of OpenAI, that really means of like trying to get our products, one, understood. I think the biggest thing that we see in the entire ecosystem is information asymmetry. Some people know a lot, probably some people in this room. Some other people don't know much at all. And so my role in that process is to try and bridge the gap of what our researchers are doing, the capabilities of our models and our products, and then apply it oftentimes into an education use case.
Amazing. And so as you went through your life as a student, your journey as a student, which of those skills have served you well in this new role? What would you highlight for students thinking through going into a career that may parallel yours, say?
You know, it's interesting because I didn't realize it at the time necessarily, but there are two things that really built towards it. One was I started in political science, and that was like my major going in. I thought I would work in international conflict. Who knows, like take that the direction of, hey, I find history interesting, but this applies it to the real world problems that we're facing now. And then I looked at a bunch of I went to Boston College, very big business school, looked at a bunch of my roommates, and they had a lot of hard skills. I had some folks or some friends that were in mathematics, and I was like, I can write a really, I thought, wonderful paper, but there were hard skills that I was missing coming out of it, and it pushed me into the world of computer science. So I always had a passion for technology, liked the concepts of problem solving, and creating something. And I thought, so that looking for something where there's a tangible output that I could go and have the tools to go create what I wanted to create was a big core piece of that initially. And then later, I started to realize that it was actually some level of intention of not just going through the motion and then going from course to course or doing the next stage because I was told to do the next stage or join that incubator because it was the right incubator to join, but do I want to do this next thing? And one very short example of that was even right after college, I knew I had gotten my computer science degree, but I wasn't sure if I was going to work in more of the business side or the engineering side. I got a job offer to be on the business side for a social login company that's now defunct. And I got the offer and I realized I don't want to do this. And so went into, me and a friend started to build some startups instead. And so that was the push to go, what's the direction that I want to be? I want to be in this sort of frontier of creating something that's coming from nothing.
That's amazing. And that's kind of something that was echoed a little bit earlier. We talked a lot about kind of the startup mentality and what you need to kind of be open to it, because startup mentality can require a lot of pivoting, a lot of rolling with things, and a lot of ingenuity. So coming out of your startup experience, maybe you can highlight some of the skills that were like big takeaways for you that allowed you to open the door to what came next?
Great question. I think in the startup world, the biggest thing is not being able to see the forest for the trees. I think of rubber ducking as an engineer, but the concept of being a duck on turbulent waters, where you have to sort of be able to keep like a smooth perspective, but you're working feverishly to get to that end destination. So being the duck that's floating on the water, there's a lot of things that you're trying and iterating on. It might not all work, and they might not all push you in the right exact direction in the end. But everyone's seen those probably like XKCD comics where it's like the 2 points and it's actually like, and it goes all in all different directions. And that's actually the thing that I found to be the most true. And it's a fairly high level platitude, but like not getting completely lost amongst one setback where it's, whether it be research or whether it be your own career development, that it's refining your point of view towards where you actually want to go. So the startups, I think I even see it in my current role within OpenAI, because it may look like things, there's some, you might have seen some news articles about some drama at our company from time to time. I haven't read any of those, but but we also, I mean, there's a fairly marching cadence towards the outcome that people see of like a polished product. It doesn't work just completely seamlessly, as you can probably imagine, to get to that point. And so, yeah, that's the thing that I think is translated, is just rolling with the punches, but also maintaining a level head throughout that process, that it's all part of the design.
And that's a huge challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Keeping that level head. Okay, thinking back again, reflecting on your educational journey. Did you anticipate when you started on that journey where you would end up? Like, usually people ask us this question when we're children: what do you want to be when you grow up, right? This ubiquitous question.
Yeah.
So when you started out on that journey, did you expect to be where you are today? Or did you think that you might be someone else entirely?
Well,
What was that like?
when I entered college, I thought I was gonna be Jason Bourne. That was the real thing. Yeah. And no, I think to even pretend for a moment that I like knew where I was gonna be, not even close. I did know for a long time I went through a very circuitous path of like my startups. I ran out of money, and then I was like, I need a job. I was basically down to like my last $500. I should go get a job. I worked at an A/B testing company for a while called Optimizely, which some of you may have used in some capacity or implementation. But it was through there that I started to realize that I knew that I wanted to be working on something very meaningful or impactful. And so for a long time, that actually manifested for me as SpaceX. I was like, I'll take a pay cut, I'll take a roll cut, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And it kind of, the timing didn't work out. It was never found it never found a role that I actually was particularly enthusiastic about joining SpaceX specifically, but Blue Origin maybe. But what I realized in being part of the startup ecosystem was that I did like being part of the creation side of things and being at that frontier. And so then when I got the opportunities more so to say, it's not working to go put a colony on Mars or create like reusable rockets, but we're creating something. And it ended up being another company that was actually led me into AI. And so that was a small company called Qualified. They're still cruising right along. But it was to get to that space of join as employee 7 and then build up to a few hundred employees. And that move by itself of realizing that I wanted to be more on the frontier of things sort of blended together to then open the opportunity for AI applied technology from OpenAI into our tech, and that brought me to OpenAI. So you'd say in a way, like the working at a place like SpaceX was always sort of the goal to put myself on the moon in some capacity. But I think realistically, I just knew I wanted to be in the toolkit. I wanted to be creating things.
But I think they're not so far apart, thinking through something so grand as saying, I want to put myself on the moon. But really what you're doing is you're putting yourself and opening up a whole frontier, a whole emerging technology, a whole new world for this time period. I mean, I haven't seen tech explode at the pace that it's been feeling like it's been exploding more recently. It's
Yeah.
really, it's feeling really exciting
Oh, yeah.
right now.
Definitely. I mean, I think especially with some of the latest models that we've been releasing that I've been working with, I was talking to a few of you using O1.
Yep.
The research preview, it's been awe-inspiring. And even like watching people figure out how to use these new models, even adapting, I think particularly in the education space, adapting to previous series or the GPT series, it's been enlightening to see like where people actually taking the tech, because sometimes, in many cases, we create it and we don't actually know the exact application of it at the end of the day.
Exactly. And in fact, I'm gonna kind of reference back to an earlier talk. So earlier we had our VP of Drug Discovery, Andrea Bortolado, present. And what he presented really struck home. He was saying that, you know, the first versions, the first iterations, the first incarnations of the GPTs, when you give them certain problems that could potentially be applied to something like chemistry, physics, and so on and so forth, they didn't really do so great as would a researcher, obviously. But really the big questions for him were, if I add in quantitative data, if I add in information coming from simulations and so on, can we get to the point where now our AI model can start to learn physics, learn chemistry, because that would really be the game changer for the approach to developing novel therapeutics. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the key. So we're trying to fill in the gaps so that maybe we could get to the point of this kind of rationalization and logical thinking. And so can you share with us a little bit more about, you know, O1? Does it move us closer to that? What does it look like?
I think it does. I think there's one of the things, so O1, we released this, it's in this research preview stage. We have the actual full model coming out. No, we seem to have lost Zoom and we're okay. Okay, cool. Sorry, just checking in. And we'll move into the full version. We're marching towards that right now. And part of the reason that we initially launched this research preview was to get feedback from the scientific community, the STEM community, as well as business use cases on both sides. And largely to answer your question directly, the response has been very positive. I think so for those of you not familiar with it, I'll just give a very brief overview. So the first versions of our GPT models, GPT-3, 1.5, 4, 4.0, 4.0 mini, they're using next token prediction, trying to just immediately generate the output based on these probabilistic outcomes. The O1 series focuses more on the concepts of chain of thought. And so we're thinking about how does it reflect back or reason through different prompts that it's been given. And so you're actually inspecting the outcomes as you go before you actually generate a final solution. And as what we found so far, especially in the world of science and mathematics, we've had some very interesting research laboratories that we've been working with so far that it's as they continue to prompt and add more context, like data sets, or assumptions and different proofs that they've been using, it actually will push the model towards understanding different trends within the data. Say, hey, if you notice this particular pattern in this data set, does this actually change your outcome? And it will reason through, go back over the previous outcome and then get to a more finely pointed solution. So long way of saying yes, I think is the, as we're adding more context, now in what we have today, it doesn't have tools. So you might, if you've been using it so far, you can't upload files or upload images. But those are the things that we're actively working on. And it's, I can't say too much on it, but it is very exciting, like what the internal progress has been and some of the people that are using early iterations of it. It's quite exciting.
That's very exciting. So it seems like this could potentially be game changing for so many fields. You know, I'm thinking of it through the lens of drug discovery, but, you know, thinking through that as Andrea walked us through, where we're taking this, not only, you know, quantitative data about molecular structures, looking at molecules that already exist that have, you know, are in a library. So that's something that can be added. But then also thinking through, a medicinal chemist approach for decision making. And that, which is hard to kind of encode, but if we can somehow capture that kind of reasoning and that not historical knowledge that a medicinal chemist would have, plus all the papers,
Yeah.
because that's what, language models, really excel at, taking the text-based data and then putting this all together in a way that could potentially lead us more quickly in the direction of potential novel therapeutics. Like
Yes.
something like that use case to me would be wildly exciting.
Yes, and I think one of the strongest use cases we've seen thus far in research is not necessarily yet using O1 or novel research discoveries. It's just, I think it would be audacious for us to say that our model is going to predict the cure for cancer. That's not necessarily the point. But what we've seen so far is it starts to really work well on process automation. So like what you were saying, like around any sort of unique plate design or data annotation or research plan proposal, like going through each of the steps, given all the context that it has about your current project, it's a much easier way to have that conversation. And especially in an area where each of you are probably experts or specialists in your own field, it's sometimes hard to have the conversation with a person who's in an adjacent department or adjacent team because they're not so familiar with the data set that you are currently working on. And so being able to use O1 to actually have that dynamic conversation, reflect on your progressions in the research thus far, suggest areas to consider, like it becomes almost your most intuitive colleague in that department or in that project.
I like that, your most intuitive colleague. You need more of that.
Yeah, marketing approved? I don't know.
Marketing,
Yeah.
Your most intuitive colleague,
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so pivoting a little bit, you highlighted your excitement around the potential to use these tools as, part of a curriculum, as part of a pedagogical approach to teaching concepts. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about the efforts that you're involved in and OpenAI is involved in that area.
Sure. So OpenAI launched, we've had ChatGPT Enterprise for just turned one, just had its birthday. That was a focused effort to create the controls for us to go out and work with businesses in a larger context. Have all your employees start to use ChatGPT in a workspace. We launched ChatGPT EDU earlier this year, about May timeframe. And that was the same concept, but applied to academic settings. Could be high schools, but primarily it's been so far higher education. And the thing that I've been most excited about is, particularly in college, is the scale at which these operations of like minor improvements can dramatically change the pedagogical experience or change the campus experience or the even the life preparation style experience. So like a couple of examples were usually for professors, one of the things that when I show them the products and walk through it, we get through these ideas of custom GPTs. Basically, again, for people that might not be so familiar, I give an extra set of instructions and a set of knowledge. Maybe it's my syllabus, maybe it's some unique course material. And this custom GPT can be something that my students then interact with, ask questions. What's the exam schedule? What is the, help me create a practice exam for this particular topic area. And we actually have some professors out of, there's a professor by the name of Ethan Malik out of Wharton, using these GPTs to actually be sort of add-ons or assistants to his course, where he actually encourages the students to use these GPTs to come up with a final paper or come up with a final solution. And he actually looks at how they got the models to drive them to that solution. So what prompts did you use? How many prompts did it take? How did you structure these? Why did you structure it this way? Almost to put the learning outcomes in a little bit of a different perspective where they actually are driving towards how are you using this frontier technology to get to a new space, to change the mindset of the student. So these custom GPTs applied to a student use case or a faculty use case or a staff and operations use case is trying to make it so this is take the boring things, not necessarily the boring. I think take the things where there might be room for you to offload those So you can work on higher order items. You can work on higher order tasks that are of greater impact.
Do you have pushback from some faculty on, maybe some preconceived notions they might have about, pulling this technology into the classroom?
It's actually been somewhat surprising. It was, so yes and no. I thought when I entered this space, it was going to be unequivocally yes, but everyone was sort of very concerned. Interestingly, I think reality has hit where it's happening. Like students on campus are using this technology. It is an inevitable reality. And I think the shift has been, okay, we have to now accept that this is our new reality, and how do we change the perspective? We still get some questions or concerns about, hey, it's like, how do we detect plagiarism? And one of the things that's been heartening so far to see is there's a study out of Stanford that actually has found that even with the presence of using AI tools like ChatGPT, it does not show an increase in like academic violations or integrity violations on campuses. This was done through like blind studies of people self-reporting, and they like, I take this with a grain of salt. It's obviously it's something to everyone should think about for themselves, but it's remarkably honest usually when we perform these studies. So that to me is a good sign that people are not necessarily using it just to copy the paper. And that will become self-evident over time. I think even the professors know that, but it's, I think that they've changed their mindset in that they see the benefits of using the tool. They know their students are using it. So how do they then adapt their thinking to this new mindset? But not as much as I would have thought.
Very interesting. So I'll give you one example from the background of a math professor, and I'm sure Drew can jump in here and help out a lot. So before the explosion of excitement around the GPTs, we had a lot of math solver apps like Photo Math, and Symbol Labs was a really good one that you liked a lot. They did a good job. And we admired them. But what we were seeing is students would snap a photo of a homework problem, even if it was an online assessment, and the app would walk it through with procedure, not just an answer, with procedure. And students were using this in place of actually doing the work themselves. And in an online environment, this was very troublesome. And, a lot of students, we found anyway, were using this kind of as a crutch to get through COVID, the pandemic. And then when we came back into the classroom, I saw a crisis where I would hand my students a paper test, and they didn't even know what to do with it. They didn't even know where to begin. And so I found that this was a really difficult position to be in. So looking at this, in light of the fact that we have these tools, what are some best practices that you recommend to your faculty and your instructors in incorporating using these tools into their classroom so that they can avoid this kind of, it was dramatic because I get it, it was pandemic times, but we don't want to even have this at a smaller level if we can help it.
Yeah, I think I always look to the educator themselves and turning to like, what's your preferred solution of how to recognize this problem and get to a solution?
Yeah.
Some people like paper tests. Some people like verbal exams. Some people like to do like what Professor Malik was describing, where it's actually embracing it and trying to use that as the way to identify, hey, we're going to generate a paper out of this. How did you get to that final endpoint? Our general recommendation so far has been trying to make sure that you're acknowledging that the AI is going to be a factor, but trying to embrace more in-person things.
Recording in progress.
Um,
On focus.
Trying to embrace the in-person for assessments as much as you can. That's okay. Sorry, thinking. You're a solution engineer? Yeah, I think it is leaning towards when you need to do final assessments. It's having people write things in class. Like even from my days, like political science, I was writing papers in person. If you're doing proofs for math, I've never had that been in that space, but doing something where I think maybe I'll draw the analogy is, if you're a person that would allow a calculator in your room, thinking of the AI as that version of the calculator, it doesn't necessarily take away the intellect of the student, but it becomes a tool that you, even if you use a calculator, you have to personally show your work on the outcome that you've gotten to. And whether that's writing it down yourself or it's something where you're doing an in-class assessment, that can be your decision of how you test the student's knowledge. But I think it really comes back to how does the professor actually want to design their course? Like, how do they want to design the assessment of knowledge? But yeah, I think it's undeniable. If you're just looking at, hey, turn this in, and you get a lot of papers that start sounding pretty similar, it can be challenging to be a professor in that and be like, are my students actually even learning? And so you have to get a little bit creative with the actual assessment in the end.
I agree with you. I think that the challenge is now we need as educators to step up and start really taking a hard look at the way we transfer knowledge. And when I just say, this transfer, it's really, it's guiding students through the understanding of conceptual foundation. So we really have to start thinking more about how do we convey this kind of conceptual understanding and get the students there, beyond just this kind of rote memorization and, tale as old as time. Like, how do we get creative in that? So I really do think it's a huge opportunity for us to grab it and say, okay, let's analyze how we are approaching the classroom completely. Like, we may need to start over, given that we have these tools. So,
yes, I totally agree. It is it's the number one challenge that when I talk to deans, chancellors, professors, it's how do they rethink that their academic or pedagogical experience to drive similar learning outcomes. And I'll tell you what, like, I don't remember many of the single facts that I had from my university experience, but the core concepts are the things that I actually still retain to this day, as we were talking about before. So if we can still maintain those, then it's still like a successful outcome, I think, for applying AI to those use cases.
amazing. Thank you for those. I want to know if we have some time for questions. Do we have time? Okay, so I'm sure there are a lot of people that would love to ask questions. So why don't we open it up for some questions?
So with your role as go-to-market, there's OpenAI pivoting from pure research to business. With pure research, you're kind of guided by curiosity. So with the go-to-market team, you kind of look backwards from customer problems. Could you speak to the sort of the difference between what has driven the foundation of OpenAI's tech? Or maybe driving it a little bit.
Sure. So it's fun to, a little meta comment, it's fun to see the commentary that happens in the public space about the company making shifts. And one of them being like, even the idea of like, we do have a go-to-market team. However, all of the internal branding, if you could feel the energy, it is a research company, first and foremost, where it's very much driven by how do we continue to push towards the frontier? And one of the things that has been said quite a lot is when we design and develop our products, how do we design it for the 1% or the 0.1%, the expert users? So that way the technology doesn't become the governor. We're not backing into necessarily an application for enterprise. There are tools out there that are already really good at that. Like, there are AI companies that have either bolted on AI or have started to embrace AI as maybe a next piece and how they drive business outcomes. It's, as a person on go-to-market, it's an interesting blend because I used to be on the one that's driving all of the product decisions. Very different now. There's still some application of like, how do we make this a good experience for universities and research labs, feature requests that come out of those things. But I'd say like still at its core, the research group reigns supreme. And it's if this is my own personal perspective, I don't think this is like company-wide, but it's research, then it's broad scale consumer, and then it's an enterprise business, because the overall mission of the company is to say, to bring AI and make AGI benefit all of humanity. So you don't really do that from just an enterprise context. It's much more on how do we broaden the reach, marching towards beyond hundreds of millions of users and get them all to feel the benefits or impact of our capability. So I would only challenge in the sense that I feel that it's still very much research focused. What we're trying to do is then, and the fun and challenging part of my role is taking that research and then applying it into real world use cases that you'd actually see the benefits of either in a classroom or in a boardroom. So.
Follow up then, have any of these applications surprised you the most?
Ooh, I think 01 originally was probably my biggest. I was the biggest skeptic at the beginning because I didn't see necessarily all of the capabilities, and a lot of the existing examples were around puzzle solving. And like it's the ones that sort of like we can most easily test because we're not experts in that. But then seeing some of the research laboratories or seeing the way that people have used it for policy design amongst in university or in a scientific context, those have been some of the most exciting. I also think the approach on our product set to go away from necessarily creating like one single platform, but to become more multi-surface. So whatever workflow that you go into sort of adapts to that. And people have seen probably things around GPT search or search GPT, advanced voice mode with some of the announcements where it's truly a human-like conversation. And the way that people are using that to either act as their, I think their colleague, their most astute colleague, or the term I used before, or
Intuitive.
yes.
Most intuitive colleague.
Yes. Or someone that's helping you be your translator in a school classroom because you're doing a parent-teacher conference and the parent doesn't speak English. Those are things that have like, you come up with the research and you sort of work your way into, hey, I think this is helpful. Show me how you would use this if you saw a couple of these examples. So those are a few.
I'll add one more really cool example.
Yeah.
I was in SF a couple days ago and I was served a drink by an AI bartender hooked up to Chat GPT-4. And you can have a whole conversation with the AI bartender, like through a microphone, and you get served a drink, and it was very cool.
Yeah.
I have to say, it was unexpected use of AI, but very cool nonetheless.
I do think this is the company that uses us right now a lot, and they're still in very much the development phase is Figure. They're on the robotic side, and they're doing some very cool things built on top of our APIs. And it's if you want to get impressed in a picture in the future, first ride in a Waymo, then watch a video from Figure, and it'll get you pretty excited with capabilities. So, yeah.
Other question? Please.
I think one of the first things that we try to say when we put ChatGPT in the hands of any consumer turning into even into a business or school context is that you have to try and understand all of the different capabilities within the platform. Even coming up with like using the advanced voice as the translator, that was sort of the aha moment for a lot of the teachers that I've been working with. My sister's an educator. She works inside, runs a school district in Massachusetts. Her aha moment was using custom GPTs for a specific, creating individual education plans. And so the actual aha moment is trying to actually find out what are the things that take me the longest currently in my workflow, and then work backwards into what are the possibilities within the tool. Because by this point, you have models that can answer really quickly. They can answer on math questions. They can go through coding prompts. We're working on some things to make it more integrated with all of your different apps throughout your like desktop experience. But it also is on the go, like your person that becomes either a translator or a mirror of what you're working through, like preparing for a presentation or a fireside chat. So I think as a consumer, one, pay so you don't have to necessarily train your data, train our models on your data if you're concerned about that. But also customize it to your needs, and that's both in providing instructions to ChatGPT. It's giving more context about who you are. So that way every output becomes a little bit more bespoke to your role or your interests. And then it just is familiarity with the product itself.
What general advice would you give to students that are now kind of witnessing the advent of the adoption of generative AI across the board in so many different fashions that are trying to continue to have an edge in the markets? How can they effectively not compete with artificial intelligence and rather, be able to develop themselves in the best way possible to leverage the maximum potential for whatever project they're working on?
I think it was a good and hard question. Thinking about trying to stay on the cutting edge, I almost flip it a little bit because one of the things that you can just assume with working with AI is that, at least from my perspective and what I'm seeing so far, is the only bad bet is that it's going to stay the same and that it's going to stay where it is currently today. And that sometimes manifests in how individuals are building companies around things like fine tuning, or how we put in different moderation guardrails, or how you provide different like data sets, or assume that the model will never improve. So we're going to build our own agents. Some of those are just like, you have to try and see that this is going to be continued to work on. I also think in the same vein, there are lots of things that LLMs are not good at. And when we work with companies to apply our technology to their system architecture, we have a customer named Klarna that has been trying to improve their customer support workflow. And initially they were like, let's just throw AI at it. And actually doing that was, I'd say, a fool's errand in some sense, because AI was not very good at every single step of that process. And instead they actually worked it backwards and figured out, hey, let's actually use it initially for triage, then let's use it for categorization, then let's run some tests to see how it would respond. And there are many steps within that of deciding what pieces of technology to use, how to actually implement those best practices, and where we actually shouldn't be using AI. That was almost more helpful than the technology itself, because they knew where to apply it. So if anything, my advice for any students that are trying to stay cutting edge would be becoming familiar with the areas of where AI is currently scoped to, but also what LLMs in general are not good at, becomes, I think, as helpful as being able to say like, oh, I know exactly how to build this. And this comes from somebody that when I was sort of cutting my teeth in the engineering world, single page apps were the way to go, and building native mobile apps were the way to go. Every single person, like Sears, was building a single page app on React. And you're like, that's not necessarily the best application of the tech, but it's the thing that was driving the most excitement at the time. And so being able to see what, again, going back to the duck analogy, there's a lot of things going on. How do you sort of create that smooth perspective on what is this actually good for? What is this going to be not so good for? And then disseminate, like just making a distinction between those. That will probably get you the best perspective.
How have we got time? Do we have time for more questions, or are we?
We have time for one more.
One more question. Okay. I'm on. Thank you.
Good luck.
Want to use OpenAI to solve some problems. What do like the problem of reading and the professor, well, not reading, but the professor tailoring their education syllabus and systems so that the students can use OpenAI. So for me, if I'm going to solve that problem using OpenAI, what do I that? How will you like, I have to pay the money, I have to find the content, what is it?
Are you saying in a student context, how do you work with our tools?
Any person, I'm gonna use it to build something, to solve a problem. And so now that I'm using your product to solve a problem, which your product doesn't solve yet.
Yeah.
What do I owe you guys?
Oh, okay. That's easy. Money. No, I'm just kidding. So people use us in a variety of contexts. For most engineers that are getting started or trying to use our products, they go to our API and this is a pay-go, like pay as you go for each output or completion that you generate. Say, ask the model to answer a question that costs some amount of tokens, and those tokens have a cent value of how much you would pay. In general, people are on the scale of when they're testing things out, it's like a couple bucks. as you start to get bigger and bigger, broader and broader, and how much data you're running through it, or how many completions you're doing, that's when it gets to be a larger paycheck that you have to cut. But for most students, it's usually through a university, and it's usually at a license model. So if you use ChatGPT, you can pay for a plus subscription right now. That's $20 a month. And then that gives you access to all of the capabilities. You can use it as a free user on the ChatGPT side. The only distinction is that free users, their inputs have to be used to train our models. It's a little bit of the handshake of this stuff is expensive to do. The GPUs are not cheap to run. And so we're going to use your data to help inform making improvements. But for plus users, you don't have to necessarily do that. And so you get access to the latest and greatest capabilities in the tool. So yeah, I think honestly, people just go to ChatGPT and they start to play around, and eventually you'll get hey, if you want to become a plus user, go ahead.
Thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate your insights, and we hope to stay plugged into the community. We
Me
would love
too.
to have you back at the Graduate Center. I'm sure there'll be many, many more questions, especially as the technology evolves. And, you know, if you want to lean on us as domain experts, here we are. So research questions, those kinds of testing, you know, we're here. So why not, you know, take advantage?
Oh, I would love to. I'm gonna connect with a few of you and get some insights on world mathematics and quantum.
We love it. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron.
Wow. Wow. Yes, I know, right, Trey? How are we feeling on energy? Is it's too much science for one day, or can we do a bit more? All right. So this next section is going to target kind of in our effort to weave this interesting story across the 2 days. The intersection between artificial intelligence and quantum, which goes to a question that was asked by the gentleman earlier, as to what the interplay between both of them are. And we're going to start with a talk from one of our also banking and finance partners. And it's going to be about quantum machine learning, which is pretty cool. And that generally is the first thing that people think of when they talk about the intersection between artificial intelligence and quantum. That part actually has to do with quantum computing. And so to talk to us about the interplay between quantum computing and machine learning, we have Samuel Yanchi Chin, Senior Research Scientist from Wells Fargo. Please welcome. Ooh, let's see. And HDMI, can you sign into the Zoom link? It's on the website as well.
Yeah, so I need to find.
If you just type, that's probably a new post too.
Okay, so get started. So hello everyone. I'm Samuel Chen from Wells Fargo. Today I'm talking about the interplay between quantum computing and the machine learning. So this is the contents that I will cover. So the first is the hybrid quantum classical paradigm and the building blocks of quantum AI, the quantum neural networks, and I will mention some applications. And the other side is the classical machine learning for quantum computing. So there are several kinds of machine learning.
depends on the type of algorithm and the type of data that those algorithms are processing. So the CC is not content at all, but we just have this for completeness. And CC represents the classical data and the classical algorithms. So for example, the ChatGPT or those transformer-based models are in this part. So probably you already know. And the CQ represents the classical data and the quantum algorithm. So I think that's the most active research area nowadays because the data we have are classical and we want to build a quantum algorithm to process this information. And the next one is the QC, quantum data in the classical algorithm. So this is a older subject. So sometimes it is called machine learning or quantum physics. So for example, if you use classical convolutional neural network to do quantum phase transition, or use classical reinforcement to control the quantum system, then is in this category. And the final part is the QQ, quantum data and quantum algorithm. The most difficult subject because both we not fully understand both worlds. So for example, the quantum data, maybe it's the quantum state obtained from quantum sensors, and we are trying to use the quantum algorithms to do classification and or probably reconstruction. So nowadays, the quantum machine learning are powered by the hybrid quantum classical paradigm. The reason is because we don't have a fully fault-tolerant quantum computer, and a lot of things cannot be done on quantum computer. For example, you cannot directly do the gradient calculation on the quantum computer. So there are algorithms there, but it requires very a large number of qubits or very deep circuits. So it's very, very difficult to do that. And so in this hybrid quantum classical computing framework, so you have a computational task and then you split. So some of the tasks are on quantum computer. If you believe or you conjecture that you can get quantum advantage, and some other tasks on a classical computer, for example, the optimization or the gradient calculation. So you adjust the quantum circuit parameters based on the quantum measurement outcomes, and you feedback the information to the quantum computer, and you do this iteratively to find out a good quantum circuit configuration for your task. So in the quantum machine learning, usually so there are different terms. So quantum neural network, variational quantum circuit, parameterized quantum circuit. So they are basically the same thing. And so this is a quantum circuit with tunable or learnable parameters. So for example, the U of X is the encoding circuit. So you have your say embedded tokens, your speech signals, your pixels, etc., etc. And the V of theta is the variational block or the parameterized block. The theta are actually the parameters that will be learned or trained. And finally, we measure from the quantum system because we need to do, say, classification, decision making. We can only do this based on the numbers, and these numbers are classical things. So you need to measure, you need to collapse the system before you can do your decision. So the thing in the variational quantum circuit is that, so you have a system and you need to design your observable. So the observable means that it's the axis that you will project the system, and then you project and you get the information. And the mathematical formula for measurement is, so you have a U of X, so you operate on the ground state 0, and then you have variational circuit, and then you have an observable B, and then you calculate the expectation value on a particular qubit, say the case qubit. And for example, if you have an n qubit system, then you can measure some of the qubit or all of the qubit. So for example, if you have an n qubit system, then if you measure all the qubits, then you can get n different values. So yeah, it's very common to measure several qubits because, say, in the classification, you have multiple clauses, right? So you need say n clauses and you need n numbers because you want to treat that as the probability of the n labels, and you want to use the cross entropy laws. So that's how quantum machine learning usually being done. And the most important thing is to calculate the gradients of the quantum circuit. And there is a method called parameter shift rule. So it means that given a parameter and given a data point, you can run two separate circuit with slightly different parameters to get the analytical gradient of that quantum function. Due to the time limit, I don't think I will cover how to do the parameter shift rule here, but you don't need to do that manually. Now many packages can do that. And quantum computers now with very limited qubits and circuit depth. So usually we will interface the quantum computers with some classical components. So probably it's a classical neural network, tensor network, or other functions, or even the cross entropy loss is a classical component. So you can connect a different classical and quantum components in a very sophisticated a system, as long as it's a directed acyclic graph. So there is no loop there, and the whole model can be trained using the traditional method, say the backpropagation. So I assume you know how to do the backpropagation through the classical node, and when the backpropagation need to backpropagate through the classical node, you need to calculate the gradient of the quantum function, and the gradient of the quantum function can be calculated by the parameter shift rule. So now you know, if you know how to calculate the gradient of all the quantum and the classical component, then you can train a very large hybrid quantum classical model. Then in this model, there may be different things. You can have classical transformers, convolutional neural network, and different kind of quantum neural net quantum neural network components. And there are a lot different kinds of applications. So in the quantum machine learning, we also have supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and the reinforcement learning. So for example, in the classification, we can build a quantum convolutional neural network. And we know that in the classical convolutional neural network, we have kernels or filters scan over the input images, and then we do feature extraction layer by layer. And in the quantum CNN, we can use the quantum neural network or the variational quantum circuit to serve as the filter over the kernel, and we scan across the image. So for example, if you have a 2x2 filter or kernel classical, then you can use a 4-qubit system, right? So you will process the 4 input pixels, and then if you only measure one of the qubits, then you can get you can compress or feature extract the input from 4 values into 1 value. So that's how the quantum convolutional neural network works. And the circuit shown here, of course, it's not the only choice. So you can build different kinds of quantum circuit to serve as the convolutional kernel. And numerical experiment can show that if we have a similar number of model parameters, then the quantum CNN can outperform the classical CNN. So here, this is a very important message. So quantum machine learning is still in its very early stage. So you cannot expect that a quantum model with say 100 or 200 parameters can build a state-of-the-art classical machine learning model with millions or even several billions parameters. I think the analogy is like when human first invented the cars. It's not reliable or faster than the horse, but people keep studying the thermodynamics, engineering, etc., to make it much better. So I think quantum machine learning or quantum computing is in this stage. And you can do classification, and very important things to do the privacy preserving machine learning. So federated learning is a classical concept. It means that you have several clients or participants on the network, and they have their own data set they don't want to share, and they have their small machine. They can train their local model, and they only share the model, not the original data set. And in the central server, they will aggregate all the models and then distribute to all the participants. And we can also do this on the quantum machine learning. And for example, in this case, we have a whole data set and we distribute it to 100 clients. But at every communication round, only we choose 5 clients from the 100 randomly, and they will do their local training and they share their trained local models, and we aggregate. And if we only use the green line, so that's the training data. So we have a fixed testing data, and then we test the performance of the aggregated model. We can see that with a small number of local epochs, the quantum federated learning can reach very, very similar performance as non-federated learning. And in addition to the privacy preserving feature, you can also observe that the sampling complexity is only 5% of the original design, because at every communication round, we only select 5 clients over the 100. So it's another framework that we can use a bunch of small quantum computer to build a quantum machine learning model. But adversaries can get your model, right? And do some membership attack to do reverse engineering to see if a particular training data is in the data set. So in the differential privacy is something that you add noise to the gradient, and then you try to, the noise will be in the model, so it's much difficult to get these reverse engineering attacks. And we can use the same thing in the quantum federated learning. So the local model will add some noise before they share their model. And we can show that in the quantum federated learning, even we add this noise, the performance does not degrade that much compared to the classical models. And beyond classification, we want to do the functional approximation or the natural language processing or more difficult RL. So we can use the quantum circuit to further enhance the performance of the classical recurrent neural networks, such as the long short-term memory. And the idea is that we can replace the classical neural networks in the classical LSTM by the variational quantum circuit. And simply by doing that, we can have the model that, so for example, in the quantum LSTM, even a single epoch of training, the model can learn most of the information of that particular function. And of course, quantum LSTM is not yet at the level of beating the very large LSTM or the transformer-based models. But as I said previously, probably when we have more qubits, larger system, then it's possible that those quantum models can do things that probably a large language model can do. And a more advanced machine learning, quantum machine learning model is called quantum reinforcement. So the reinforcement idea is the same. So there's an agent in the environment, and the agent learn how to make decisions by interacting with the environment. And every time step, the agent will get the reward and the state about its action. The goal is to accumulate more scores. In the quantum reinforcement, the agent itself is a quantum circuit, and we still use some classical algorithm, the classical ideas, how to fine tune or how to learn the parameters of the quantum circuits. So there are different quantum IR works layers. So from the quantum Q-learning, quantum policy gradient, and the multi-agent quantum reinforcement learning. So the original quantum reinforcement is the quantum deep Q-learning. So we can set different set of parameters, the circuit parameter and the target parameter. And for a particular task, for example, this is the very old task in the original OpenAI Dream package. So this is called Frozen Lake Maze Navigation Problem. So the agent trying to go from the start to the goal G and then try to avoid stepping into those holes. So there are 16 states and we use 4 qubits with 16 computational bases. So we map all the states to all the computational bases. And we can show that even a 4 qubit very simple system can learn how to make decisions. So that's the first work using the quantum neural network to do the reinforcement tasks. Later on, we can study the more difficult task. For example, if the system is partially observable, not all the information can be obtained by the agent. So it will require the agent to memorize the past information. So we combine the quantum LSTM and the quantum reinforcement idea, and we show that when the model number are very similar, the quantum LSTM based model can outperform the classical method in both the fully observable and the partially observable cases. But training recurrent neural networks is usually very expensive in both classical and the quantum world. So an idea called reservoir computing, it means that you use the classical or use the quantum recurrent neural network as a reservoir. So you just randomly initialize the model, you don't train the model, but you use this model to map your input to another representation, and you just use a single linear layer at the end of the model. So even without training the quantum recurrent neural network, we can still have the agent which can perform very, very similar to the fully trained model, although it is still a little bit lower in the score, but it depends on your task, right? So if you can tolerate some inaccuracy, but the speed is very important for you, then the reservoir computing may be helpful. But what if you don't want to use any recurrent neural network? So you can use a classical neural network to program the quantum neural network. So it means that the classical neural network will generate output, which will be used to update the parameter of the quantum neural network. So this is called learning to program a VQC. And the VQC is similar in all the previous examples. So we have encoding circuit, we have variational circuit, and the variational part in the red box, those parameters will not be trained directly. It will be modified by the classical neural network outputs. And we can show that even without the quantum recurrency, the model can learn with the performance very, very similar to fully trained recurrent neural networks. And we can also use the similar thing in the reinforcement. And we compare the performance with different LSTM, quantum LSTM based reinforcement model. Again, we use this mini grid navigation test, and we show that those best performing agents are the quantum fast wave programmers, those models without the recurrent neural networks. So this is an alternative to the recurrent neural network. And actually the fast wave programmer, the idea is very similar to the transformer. So the transformer is sometimes called the linear fast wave programmers. And another kind of quantum machine learning application is in the natural language processing, but at the time we cannot use quantum fully, the full quantum system to process the natural language token. So originally we can use the BERT or other or word-to-vector embeddings to embed the words, and then use the quantum temporal convolutional neural network to learn how to do classification. And we compare with different embedding word-to-vector and the BERT and the original classical temporal convolutional network. And we can see that the quantum version, simply by replacing the classical neural network by quantum neural network, we can get slightly better performance We can also use the quantum LSTM as the language model. So this is this is very small language model, but it's the proof concept. So we use the quantum language model and then to process the input and then generate the word embedding. And this embedding can be used to train some downstream tasks. And the authors in this paper, they show this idea by the multilingual Twitter dataset. And the final part is the quantum circuit design challenge. So we have different kinds of quantum machine learning tasks. You need to design how to encode the state or how to design the variational circuit. And there are different kind of possible encoding, how to design the rotation, how to design the entanglement. So you don't want to enumerate all the possibilities. And so this is the quantum architecture search, right? So given the constraint of the quantum system, the number of qubits, and the allowed quantum gates, and your task trying to find a gate sequence which can maximize or minimize a certain metric. So you can use reinforcement to sequentially put on those gates and you evaluate the performance. And we can see that we can use IR to find the gate sequence to say to generate the maximally entangled states such as the Bell state and the GHZ state without prior encoded physical knowledge. Just give him the state vector, and the RL agent can learn how to generate the gate sequence. And we can further extend this idea to finding the quantum circuit for the quantum machine learning tasks to use reinforcement to sequentially put those gates and then train the model. And also we can use a smaller small quantum circuit to find a quantum circuit for another task. So for example, if we have a quantum circuit probably is noisy, and we can use this quantum circuit to train a quantum reinforcement model, which can be used to generate some particular quantum state. Okay, but using those reinforcement or evolutionary method, there are some challenges. So for example, you need to change different exploration or exploitation ratios, or probably it's difficult to scale up. So there is another way to do the quantum architecture search using the differentiable method. So in the classical machine learning, the differentiable neural architecture search means that you have all the possible paths between different nodes, and you instead of enumerating all the possibilities, you give the weight of each possible route, and then you optimize those weight and the circuit in the model parameters simultaneously. So we can do the similar thing in the quantum machine learning. So we have different answers, and each answer we give it a weight W. So we consider the ensemble function. So we have different circuit, and we can run each of the circuit, and then we times the weight, and then we use this ensemble output to calculate the loss, and we calculate the gradient of this loss with respect to both the weight and the ordinary circuit parameters. So for example, if we have 6 encoding answers and 6 variational answers, then we have 36 possible answers. But of course, it depends on your allowed answers. You can define, you can relax some of the constraints, so you will have more possible circuit primitives. And we can stack different blocks to build a very complex model. And then we can use this model in the RL application or any other quantum machine learning task that you can imagine. Or you can even use the asynchronous or the distributed training of this quantum reinforcement model with those differentiable circuit weights. And we can see that the differentiable quantum architecture search So it is quite stable. So you can succeed in all the environments. So if you see the paper, so we test the different configurations, different tests, and we also consider different manually designed circuit configurations. And the manually circuit configurations, some can perform very well on a particular task, but fail on the others. But the differentiable quantum architecture search, this is quite general. So the framework can succeed all the cases that we consider. And the method will just generate a different circuit for different tasks. So it's one step further toward the automatic quantum machine learning. So in the quantum machine learning, so we use hybrid paradigm. So we use classical computer to optimize the quantum neural network parameters. And the quantum neural network, variational quantum circuit, parameterized quantum circuit are quite similar, or you can use them interchangeable. And we can use the gradient-based method to optimize a model, which include both VQC, PQC, and classical neural network. And we use the parameter shift rule to calculate the gradient of the quantum functions. And these quantum neural network can be used to do classification, function approximation, and NLP reinforcement learning tasks. And on the other side, we can use classical machine learning method, such as reinforcement learning or differentiable search to find good quantum circuit architectures for the task that you want to solve. Okay, so thank you, and this is my talk. Which? Partial information, this one? Yeah, so for example, if you have, so for example, in this couple environment, so the original design is that there are 4 values that the agent can get, right? 4-dimensional observation. So we assume that if you have these 4 information, then you can uniquely assign that the current situation. But if you drop one of the numbers, say from 4 to 3, you have only 3 values, then probably it's not enough for you to know the exact state of the system. But if you collect the trajectory of this information, right? So you have T-4, T-5, T-3. So if you have a time series, then probably it's easier for the agent to make decisions. And of course, this is the very simple example. Probably there are a lot of much challenging RL tasks that there are, say, originally you should have 1,000 observations, and you can probably get, say, 500, and you need a lot more information from previous time steps. So that's the idea, but of course we cannot do 1,000 observations for quantum RL at the moment. So we use this very simple toy environment to evaluate the possibility.
You said something about federated quantum learning. That sounded to me like you are basically learning or training the model on small batches.
Yes.
So I was wondering what the difference between that and mini batch learning in regular machine learning.
Okay, so here, because before they aggregate, okay, so in the mini batch you have the same model, right? And you use sequentially use batches to optimize. But in the federated learning, so originally, so say 100 participants, they have their own randomly initialized models, and then they train on their, say, only 1% of the whole data set. So they train probably 1 or 2 epochs, and then they share their own parameter to the server. So the server will do some aggregation. And for simple task, we just calculate the mean of the model parameters and then share to all the participants. And probably next time, another 5 agents will be selected and they will do their local training. Yeah. Yeah, so the multiple computer. So the simplest case is that you distributed the 10 agents, right? And every time all the 10 agents will train their local model, but this is much more challenging. You distribute to 100 agents, and each time only 5 random agents will be selected. Yeah, so you can save a lot of time using this. But there are other challenges, right? So for example, there are some adversarial agents in the network, or the data set is not equally distributed. So for example, some of the agent has more data on a particular label and some has others.
Programming. Let's see. Monica, can you hear us? Yes, thank you for sharing. Can you try unmuting yourself? Just want to confirm that you're able to do that. Okay, I think that's a no. It's not responding. Yeah. So Vadim can just log in and unmute. Just give us a minute or two, and we'll work on getting you unmuted. Zoom is generally much kinder to me than today. Can you log in from this one? All you need is just assign one of us as a co-host. If he has his phone on him. In the meantime, and I promise this is not to fill the void of blank talk. Has anyone been to any interesting events that target the topics that we're talking about today? Something that you'd recommend other people to attend, perhaps? Surely we're not the only ones doing it. Sure. Oh, wow. Okay.
They had one that
Yes. Yes, we had a presence there. Very fancy. Look at the registration prices.
All right, can you guys hear me now? Awesome. Well, somebody on chat can hear me. Can the room hear me? I think the room is actually maybe muted, so. So I can't appear to hear anything from anyone, but if you all can put in the chat if I can start, I'll go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I don't wait for you in the chat to tell me what to do. So I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? So someone in the chat can see the screen, but can the room see the screen?
Well, wait. Monica, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Amazing.
Oh, yay.
New quantum physicist of the day. My deepest apologies about the technical hiccup. Very, very sorry. Please, proceed with the presentation as if nothing happened. We'll allocate the same amount of time.
Okay, well, we'll see. I can adjust too. So I guess I'll begin. I don't know if I was introduced or not, but I'm Monica Vincent. I'm a senior technical marketing engineer for quantum and HPC at NVIDIA. So I'd like to, whoops. Well, on my end, let's see if I can switch slides. There we go. So thanks for the invitation to speak today. Fitting into the theme of the symposium, I want to present not only how quantum computing can enhance current classical artificial intelligence, but also the role that AI has in the development of quantum hardware and algorithms. So time permitting, I'll give a quick demo of programming with CUDA-Q. That's NVIDIA's platform for accelerated hybrid quantum computing. And I'll leave you with a few resources for you to further explore CUDA-Q and accelerated quantum computing. I hope you'll leave this presentation with the appreciation of just how much overlap there is in the Venn diagram of AI and quantum computing, all the way throughout the stack, from applications and algorithms all the way down to the physical hardware. In fact, at NVIDIA, we don't view these as separate, but combine them in our vision of accelerated quantum supercomputing. So I want to talk about that first. All right, so NVIDIA has a long history of experience in enabling revolutions in accelerated computing. And it's worth noting that each of these revolutions builds upon the ones before. We started out in the 90s making graphical processing units, or GPUs, to speed up graphical rendering in videos and video games. But in the early 2000s, some clever scientists realized that they could translate their chemistry problems into a graphical shading problem and solve that quickly on a GPU, then translate that shading problem back to chemistry to get their answer. Thus began CUDA, which allowed scientists to directly program GPUs for accelerated compute instead of having to go through this weird task of translating everything into a shading problem. So being able to accelerate matrix vector computation was the key to all of that, the graphical rendering and those chemistry problems. But that wasn't only, so we were able to use that acceleration of matrix vector computations to actually advance not just high performance computing, but also this made possible many machine learning algorithms to work more efficiently that had previously been limited by compute power. So in 2016, NVIDIA delivered to OpenAI a GPU, which was then used to train ChatGPT, leading to the generative AI revolution that we're now experiencing. And quantum computing is the logical next step on this journey. NVIDIA has been taking for the past 30 years or so. We believe that everything should be accelerated, and in fact, QPU is essential for that. And like the previous computing revolutions, it's going to build on those areas that NVIDIA has previously enabled. So you might ask, well, what are we doing in quantum? Because NVIDIA builds GPUs. We're not building a QPU. We're not building a quantum processing unit or qubits. So the question is, how does NVIDIA play a role in quantum computing? And in order for quantum computing to solve some of the most important computing problems in the world, we'll need to have useful quantum computers. And that's where we come into play. NVIDIA is building the systems that will actually be useful quantum computers. And we refer to these as accelerated quantum supercomputers. So let's dive into that a little bit. Okay, quantum hardware companies right now, they're making amazing progress in creating qubits. And in order for these qubits to be useful, they're going to need AI supercomputers. The real quantum computers now and in the future aren't going to stand in isolation, but they're going to look something like this, where there's a quantum hardware is placed next to supercomputing center or in supercomputing centers next to GPUs and CPUs. Additionally, there's going to be several competing qubit modalities that we hear about today, and we don't know which one of these is going to pull ahead from the others. And it may be that some qubit technology is going to be more useful for some tasks and others are going to be more effective at solving other problems. So instead of locking in on one qubit technology today, we're actually developing a qubit agnostic platform in which we can easily swap out these quantum QPUs in our supercomputing center. And this is our version of accelerated quantum supercomputer. And in some sense, we're not building a single qubit, but we're building all the quantum computers. Our GPU supercomputing is going to be essential for quantum computing development and deployment. Because we're far way off from this fault-tolerant, useful quantum computer, but there is a clear path to get there. In order to get from the qubit technology of today, there are several hurdles that we have to overcome, and they start from right now, our qubits having, our quantum processing units have a limited number of qubits, and they're also susceptible to noise, among other things. And using AI supercomputers today, we can better understand the noise and we can mitigate against it. For this to work, we're going to need really fast communication between the quantum hardware and the GPUs. And on top of that, we're going to need some sophisticated algorithms to kind of deal with this noise and deal with things like readout and calibration. So one example of this is NVIDIA partnering with IQM and Rigetti. We teamed up to demonstrate the first integration of a QPU control and CPU and GPU computation. The team adapted an out-of-the-box OpenAI reinforcement learning model and added less than 150 lines of code, and they were able to apply it to a problem of fine-tuning calibrations of the qubits on the Rigetti machine in under a second. So further GPU optimization and scaling actually opens up the door to more exciting experiments in machine learning and quantum computing, just dealing with how to combat the noise in the hardware. And we can do things though today before we even get to fault-tolerant devices, and that brings up hybrid algorithms, the next kind of block on the slide. Hybrid algorithms show potential to produce useful computations even on noisy devices. And so for hybrid algorithms to work, classical and quantum need to work together and communicate really quickly. And this requires the ability to situate quantum devices side by side GPUs for quick communication. In addition to that, actually developing these these hybrid algorithms, AI will play a role in that as well. And I'll get in more detail about that example later on in this presentation. So no matter how noiseless the qubits become, there's going to still be noise. And so to get to the fault-tolerant computations, we need things like error correction. So that's the next block on the slide. Artificial intelligence supercomputing is the key to carrying out the error-correcting protocols. Moreover, the future of quantum computing isn't one large quantum processor with millions of qubits, but quantum hardware providers are aiming to build up massive systems that are modular in nature with smaller processors connected together with classical and quantum communication. And so being able to orchestrate not just the communication between these devices, but the error correction protocols between these devices, we're going to need GPU compute and fast connections. And that presents actually several infrastructure challenges that we're trying to solve today, in part using AI. So in short, AI supercomputing is not only involved in running the future accelerated quantum supercomputers of the future, but it's also involved in getting us there through research on both quantum hardware and algorithms, and also through GPU simulation of quantum algorithms. There are several technical hurdles that we have to overcome, and yeah, AI supercomputing is going to be a part of that. So I just want to emphasize that our GPUs that we create here in NVIDIA are going to be indispensable not only for creating the quantum hardware, but also in accelerating the application development. So it's kind of like, we're AI supercomputing is involved in not just the kind of development of quantum computing, but also running it in the future. So we really have this sort of intersection that the Venn diagram really overlaps quite a bit between AI and supercomputing in all of these different ways, from error correction to hybrid algorithms to calibration and control, like I mentioned before, to developing new algorithms, defining new quantum circuits, as well as new quantum hardware. running dynamical simulations to deal with the noise, noise modeling, and then, of course, it also plays a role once we have fault-tolerant devices in practical post-quantum cryptography. So that's a big overview of the intersection of AI with quantum. And to make all of this happen, actually, we need a platform. And NVIDIA has developed CUDA-Q. It's an open source quantum development platform. It's not just a programming model. I mean, you can program in it with Python and C++, but it also includes libraries and tools and other infrastructure. And this platform was designed with hybrid computation in mind from the start. It allows computation seamlessly between GPUs, CPUs, and QPUs within a single program. And it connects to many of the different hardware that exists out there today, and also can be used for simulation in hybrid inspired algorithms, and then also simulation of just researching how those algorithms are going to perform on the future computers of the future. So that's a little bit of an overview of accelerated quantum supercomputer and kind of the role that AI plays within it. And now I'll go through some more specific examples of how quantum and AI intersect. And the first one is kind of the most natural. That's using quantum computing to kind of improve or enhance current AI algorithms. The example there that I want to go through is one of fraud detection. So HSBC, it's a bank, it's committed to improve fraud detection. It costs their company billions of dollars annually. So even like a 2 to 4% improvement is going to bring a lot of value to the company. Currently, they use machine learning algorithms to identify patterns in the data to classify transactions as fraudulent or not. So with this, there's a lot of false positives and a lot of false negatives. And maybe you've even had that experience where a credit card company calls you up about a purchase or even stops your purchase. And it actually happened to me literally this week. I was at Target and my card got stopped. The transaction didn't go through. I got a text message on my phone asking if it was me. And of course, I confirmed it was. But that's just, you know, an example that happens to us on a daily basis. And the researchers at HSBC looked into using a physical quantum computer to help identify patterns by mapping the data to a quantum space, hoping to identify patterns that might have been hidden from classical algorithms. Unfortunately, they ran into some issues beyond just a limited qubit fidelity and scale, but also there were security concerns, right? If they have financial data is sensitive, they can't really export that offsite. And they have to keep it in-house. So they began working with NVIDIA to see if they could actually simulate more qubits using tensor train techniques and massive parallelism that's afforded by GPUs. And they actually were able to run a quantum-inspired algorithm, so a simulation of a quantum machine learning algorithm on 165 qubits or 165 features. And that actually gave a reduction in the false positives and improvement of the true positives. And if the 165 qubit simulation didn't seem to really impress you, let's take a look at what that means actually and put it into some context. A multi-threaded CPU simulation starts out to max out at about 30 qubits. But with GPUs and CUDA-Q and the way that we can accelerate computation, we can carry out these calculations much faster. And as you can see here on the graph, the speed up afforded by running on a few pretty modest GPUs. And we can even see it in action here. On the left, I have CUDA-Q code that's targeting a CPU. And that same code, without changing any bit of it, if we just change the target, we can send it to the NVIDIA Quantum Cloud. That's where some GPUs are residing that can be accessed. And as we run this kind of short little script that's similar to a QML, we get the response, the computation back rather quickly. Here we'll see it within just a second or so pop up on the screen. And on the right-hand side with the GPU computation, and there it is. And the left-hand side, we're not going to wait for it to run out because it would take over 20 minutes and we'd be long done with this presentation. Great, so here we go. So that was an example of using Q2Q and GPUs to simulate quantum machine learning algorithms. That's an example of quantum for AI, but there are actually many more opportunities for AI to assist with the development and deployment of quantum computing. So let's take a look at a few examples. I've already mentioned the example of IQM and Rigetti, which what we did is we took a DGX quantum, our DGX quantum GPU, and we attached it to the control unit of IQM and then to the Rigetti computer and did some calibration results using reinforcement learning models. But we're actually not just working with them, we're working with several partners, and most of the hardware providers are using Q2Q in their systems, and as well, a lot of the algorithm companies are also employing Q2Q either behind the scenes or straight up. So there are a lot of different ways in which artificial intelligence is going to help us with the, the next example that I want to give you is AI-assisted quantum circuit design. So anybody who's kind of programmed a variational algorithm knows that one of the steps in that algorithm is to identify an ansatz. And this is typically done by identifying one that might be hardware efficient or some other reasons. But aside from a couple of ansatz and where there's kind of provable design, like choices that are made there that make sense, like for the problem at hand, a lot of times these ansatz choices seem to be a little bit arbitrary. And what NVIDIA researchers have done in collaboration with University of Toronto and St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is that they actually applied like a ChatGPT type of model to generate new ansatzes. And the way that works is to think about how large language models work is that word by word, we generate a new one to create a sentence. So block by block, we're going to generate a new quantum block of gates to generate a new ansatz. And this is just the start of the research in this area that has a potential to be applied to many areas such as drug discovery, material science, and environmental challenges. And this work actually, from an algorithmic point of view, obviously uses artificial intelligence, but it was also enabled by running on GPUs, NVIDIA's A100 GPUs, and on NERSC's Perlmutter supercomputer. And what was needed there was a close interfacing between the GPU accelerated AI software at a granular level. So this is just another example of using AI for quantum computing. So I know I'm running over a little bit of time because we started late, but I do want to just maybe run through a little bit of a code block here, a very simple Q2Q kernel. Kernel is just our language. It's a little bit more general than circuits, and it is essentially a function that can run on a quantum processing unit. And in CUDA, which is our programming language, right, for GPUs and high performance computing, that's where this name comes from. The kernels there, we are compatible with the kernels for the quantum one. We can work in those two platforms seamlessly. So the first thing we do is we import Q2Q. We want to create a circuit, so we'll create a 2-qubit count circuit. And then we define the kernel as a function that's decorated with CUDA.q. Or Q2Q.kernel, and you can see here it looks very, it's just Python interface here. We define a function, takes as input the qubit count, and then we allocate the qubits using qvector. We apply gates very simply to the qubits, and we can apply controlled NOT gates as well, and ultimately measure the qubits. So just as simple as that. And of course, we can draw the kernel. And what we do with kernels is we can sample them. So we set our target. If we have GPUs available, we can use a NVIDIA target for accelerated simulations. And even we can use quantum hardware if we have that available to us, like NYAQ machines. And we can go ahead and sample the kernel, certain number of shots, and get our results out as we normally would in any sort of quantum software development kit. So the nice thing about this is just by changing the one line of code, we can move from a CPU to a GPU to the NVIDIA quantum cloud to quantum hardware. And that way it's qubit agnostic. And then finally, if you, we see here how AI supercomputing is going to be needed to solve all of the challenges that we have to face in developing useful quantum computing of the future. And key to that, actually, though, and key to all of those challenges is workforce development. If we don't have the people power, we don't have, we can't actually overcome these challenges. And that workforce is going to be needing people from diverse backgrounds, from physicists and computer scientists, who we often think of when we think of quantum computing, but we're also going to need engineers and developers and mathematicians and subject matter experts in the application areas, and of course, students to continue learning and building the workforce. And so if you are interested in learning more about using Q2Q, we have some resources here. I'll go ahead and leave that slide up and take your answers, and hopefully didn't go too off time for the rest of your day today.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, Monica.
Yep.
All right, we'll open up room for a couple of questions. So yeah, whoever has a question, ask, and I'll try to reiterate. Yes.
So, does this already is this already being used to do this, solve this problem? It's trying to solve, or is it still being built to do this?
Which part?
Yeah, supercomputer.
Okay. Monica, one of the attendees asks whether you said AI for quantum? AI supercomputer. I think the accelerated supercomputer part. Is this currently in development, or is it being used for pertinent applications that already exist?
Well, we actually have there are a lot of challenges to get to a useful accelerated quantum supercomputer, and kind of outlined on that slide. And we're working on those challenges. However, we do have supercomputing centers that are doing quantum computing research using Q2Q, several of those around the world. And as well as we have a couple more, and unfortunately I don't have the slide really handy for me of the names of them, but we have a couple more supercomputing centers that have just announced in the last year, bringing on NVIDIA GPUs using Q2Q, connecting them to several different quantum hardware devices. So the answer is, I mean, yeah, we're in the active development stage of this, and it's not just us; it's the entire, all of these hardware providers are that we're working with are building into this vision of an accelerated quantum supercomputer.
Amazing. Thank you, Monica.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Please.
So in the beginning, she showed comparison of I think traditional processing versus processing qubits on GPU, if I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong. So I'm wondering, where was the speed up coming from? Like on the second part, the calculation was done in 1 second, versus on the first part, it would take 20 minutes or so, if I remember correctly. So I'm wondering, where was the speed up coming from? It was purely from the GPU versus CPU, or were there any algorithm implementations, or what's connected to some kind of quantum apparatus also?
Monica, one of the attendees is asking about one of the earlier slides, the one where you showed the video comparing different scripts, the one on the right that was utilizing GPUs. And he's wondering whether that advantage came purely from using the GPUs, or was there something else was kind of in the recipe that provided that speed up?
Well, right. So it was the same code on the right and the left, and what was speeding it up was a combination of using a GPU, which is going to be faster, right, at certain computations, but also the simulator, the state vector simulator that we have for the GPUs is specifically tuned and optimized for GPUs, right, and speeding that up. So there's some kind of magic in the simulator as well as the hardware. So in a lot of the work that we're doing, we're seeing it's a combination of our tightly integrated software and hardware that's allowing us to, make these advances.
Thank you very much, Monica.
Mhm.
Let's please put our hands together one more time for Monica Gadara. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Okay. I'm sure if you connect with her after this, she'll answer the question. All right. Let's see. Next, we have a workshop, which we're hoping to make a bit fun and lighthearted, with a very talented Valentin Senecourt, staff research scientist at Sandbox AQ, telling us about Tangelo. And shortly after that, we'll also have some of the students that use Tangelo during the New York City hack present their experience using Tangelo. Let me unmute.
Hello everyone. Sorry, I'm trying to start my my video and everything. Apparently I cannot start the video because of host control.
Try this. Can you try again, Valentin, please?
Yeah, I can give it another shot. Nope. That's fine, I guess. Oh, I'm a co-host now. Let me try that. Try that. Yeah. Okay, I'm real. Hi everyone. All right, let me set up very quickly my screen sharing as well. And hooray, it looks like it's working. Sorry, many windows and everything. And I lost my Zoom window because Zoom is annoying like that.
Oh, you can't even begin to imagine how annoying Zoom has been today.
All right, that's fine. Okay, let me go in there. Hello, everyone. My name is Valentin. I'm working at Sandbox, and I'm a mix of a staff research scientist and now technical product manager at Sandbox, and I'm the creator of Tangelo, which is a quantum chemistry package to basically throw quantum chemistry workflows on quantum computers and simulators. So today, we're going to chat a little bit about that to see what this tool looks like and what it can do for you. I want to do something that's not just a straight up presentation where I just talk and it's boring for like 15 minutes with a few questions at the end. So there's going to be a little few interactive demos in there, and please don't hesitate to jump in at any point for some conversation or for some questions, okay? All right, so what's on the menu for today? Just confirming, can we all see my slides right now before I go any further?
Yes, we can see your slides, Valentin.
Okay, wonderful. I don't want to waste 5 minutes on nothing. Okay, first part, just going to talk about kind of the overview of Tangelo, a very high level, digestible, like what's the purpose of Tangelo? Why did we create this? What's kind of the philosophy between these developments and the very high level structure of Tangelo? We're going to talk a little bit about the resources available. There's a lot of resources on GitHubs, including tutorials and hands-on exercises. I'm a former teacher, so for me, it was extremely important that you feel empowered at the end of this session to just go after whatever you're interested at your own pace, and that everything is available and working. We're going to do a little kind of demo live coding session, just me, like you're fine. You can just relax in your chair. To just some fundamentals, gates and circuits in Tangelo and get started very quickly. We're going to have a part 2 that's a bit more chemistry focus about the modeling that we offer for chemistry, different toolboxes. We're going to talk about something you've heard many times about VQE for the sake of having like a simple, straightforward example. And again, there will be a few cells that will show and execute around the simplest example in the world, which is H2. Finally, it will be a part 3 where I just bring up the existence of more toolboxes that we don't have time to cover in an hour, but matter quite a lot, about hardware experiments, about fault-tolerant algorithm, for example, and then we're gonna wrap up. All right, then, let's get started. So, what is Tangelo? Tangelo is an open source Python package under license Apache 2.0 for quantum chemistry workflows on quantum computers and simulators. Apache 2.0 pretty much lets you do whatever you want with it, whether it's for educational purposes in your syllabus, in your courses, whether it's to work on your research projects and publications, whether it's either for developing commercial products or whatever, you can do whatever you want with it, as long as you respect the license and the crediting. That's about it. As you can see on the right, taking a molecule to a quantum computer is actually not simple. There are many potential steps that occur in between. From left to right, well, you have to define your molecule. You have to pick on a quantum algorithm, maybe define some parameters for this algorithm. Eventually, it leads to the creation of some qubit operators, some quantum circuits that are eventually simulated or executed on an actual quantum machine. And then, you get those histograms or these vectors of information that come out, and you re-inject that into your algorithm with some post-processing, and you repeat that until you have your final answer. Tangelo's focus right now is the gate model quantum computing. In the future, we may extend that to other things. So why Tangelo in the first place? So the work that precedes Tangelo goes back to maybe 2019, 2020, where I was part of a research team at a company back then called 1QBit, Good Chemistry, and now being part of NYAQ. We really wanted to design an engine to accelerate the research of a group that was around quantum chemistry. And for us, it was very important that on the one hand, the tool could facilitate quantum algorithm R&D. So very quickly, basically put your ideas to the test, implement them, and see, their accuracy, their compute requirements, right? And to meet the practical constraints of hardware development, of hardware experiments, sorry. Essentially running a hardware experiment, I don't know how many of you have actual experience with that, something non-trivial, but it's actually really hard. You have to interface to the quantum hardware, which actually is the easy part. And the hard part is that you have to design an experiment, circuits, measurement protocols, post-processing that will make your experiment successful in terms of accuracy, or the time and the money that will go into that. And really was to cover all kind of the fundamental steps of the research process. Like, hey, can we easily prototype, reproduce, benchmark, innovate, and then integrate to keep that engine going? I'll give you many examples of that later if you wish to. So what does Tangelo looks like? So Tangelo can be seen as basically two different layers. The top one is a chemistry layer. It has to do with everything that can be combined together to eventually take your molecule, massage it, and put it on a quantum computer or a simulator. The bottom one is really a quantum computing layer that knows absolutely nothing about chemistry. So we kind of decoupled that. So I would like to use the opportunity to say that even though Tangelo was built with quantum chemistry in mind, actually there's a bunch of people that have done research or used Tangelo at hackathon to do absolutely nothing related to quantum chemistry. I've seen that used in optimization problem. I've seen that used in finance. So in a way, you can just use that layer and it's okay if you don't do any chemistry with it. There's still some added value there. That bottom layer is really a layer to help you connect with many existing quantum computers or simulators developed in the community. You can see a bunch of logos on the bottom right from people like IBM, from people like Google, IonQ, Xanadu, Amazon. And basically, we provide an easy connections to a number of simulators. Some of them are GPU enabled, some of them are simple CPUs, some of them QPUs, and you can even develop your own connection in your own backend object. The top layer is broken down into a number of different things for modeling chemistry. You have kind of basic toolboxes that easy drag and drop functions to help you do some modeling. You have entire algorithms as well, whether it's classical for reference results or actually quantum. You can see we have a bucket for variational ones like VQE, but also stuff that it's maybe a bit more fault tolerant, essentially, like phase estimation or time evolution, Hamiltonian evolution, etc. Finally, we have another box, problem decomposition, which I will talk a little bit more about later, which is about breaking down big chemistry problems into smaller pieces that could be dispatched to classical or quantum machines. So anyway, two big layers here, something about quantum chemistry and something about quantum computing itself, for you to take that chemistry to the backend. What was very important for us in Tangelo is to have a no lock-in philosophy. There are amazing tools out there in this community. We want users to have the ability to easily use them all, period. The goal was never to say, stop using Qiskit, use Tangelo, use that. No, use both. Like, they both have strengths and unique features. Like, you should be able to easily combine and move between them to do whatever it is you want to research, right? Wanted people to be able to focus on the very high level. Like, instead of focusing on API and connecting things with code, like, focus on the chemical modeling, focus on what type of algorithm you want to do, and then easily just specify what kind of simulation or execution in your backend you want, and easily connect all of these pieces that you want to use. For example, you have an existing project in Qiskit about an application, I don't know, chemistry, finance, whatever. You should be able to easily transfer these Qiskit objects into Tangelo if you want to do something with Tangelo, and then eventually transfer these objects to, I don't know, like the Amazon format if you want to use Amazon bracket and run a hardware experiment on something. So that's really the idea there. All right, two more slides promise, and we start seeing some code in there. We have a lot of educational resources. Everything is on GitHub. Today, I'm just exposing a small portion because that's what we can do. I've run 3-hour tutorials at like IEEE like a month and a half ago. So there's definitely some material there. We have a bunch of tutorials and hands-on exercises. You can see that we tag them by topic so that depending on what you are interested in, you can quickly converge to the resources that are relevant to you. And a lot of tutorials do not even need to be installed on your own machine. If you have a Gmail account, you can use Google Colab, and within a 3 clicks, you have a notebook automatically set up in your web browser, and you can immediately run the cells and go through some exercises. All right. Oh, here's a slide I forgot about. There's a breakdown of all the features, but basically there's 3 buckets of features in Tangelo. In blue, you have details of features available for the chemistry modeling. In yellow, you have everything that has to do with quantum algorithms and running quantum algorithms on backend. You can see stuff about mid-circuit measurements, adaptive circuits, probabilities, stuff like that right now on that slide. And at the bottom, stuff that's related really to run hardware experiments, which introduce their own kind of worms and challenges there. All right, then, all of that was very abstract, and I've just been blabbering for a bit, but let's see some code maybe. Let me switch my screen to share. Sorry, I've lost my Zoom window because I don't like the behavior of Zoom right now. Ah, there we go, share. Oh, you can see the whole thing. So you should be able to see my notebook right now. Is that correct? Confirming, thank you for the thumbs up. Sorry, I haven't used Zoom in a while. We use usually other tool. Okay, so this is just a notebook that runs on Colab, by the way. So Tangelo is very easy to install. It's just like a pip install, just like all the other Python packages in there. For this demo, I've already pre-installed to save us some time Tangelo. I've installed some dependency. For example, it relies on the good old PySCF package for quantum chemistry calculations, if you know that. And some optional dependencies just to see how it plays with other projects in the space, like QLAX or Qiskit or Cirq, for example, right? And then I have a few installed for just prettiness and make this notebook a bit more palatable. Okay, all right. So gates and circuits are super intuitive in Tangelo, right? We have essentially this module link with a Q. That's the quantum computing part of Tangelo, and you can just import two basic objects, gates and circuits. Honestly, you can think as a gate as just a dictionary in Python, and a circuit is just kind of a list of gates, right? How about we define a little list of gates, and then we'll turn it into a circuit, and then we'll just draw this circuit with Tangelo, right? For example, I can create a gate object, and in Tangelo, gate is pretty simple, has a name. Let's say it's the edge gate, right? Like Hadamard gate. It's going to be applied on qubit 0. Here you go. I got a list of one gate, and if I turn that into a circuit, boom, I get this cute little guy. Of course, circuit is not just one gate. Let's have some other gates in there. So let's say I want to get the X gate applied on qubit 1, and maybe, I don't know, like another H gate applied on qubit, I don't know, like 2. So, all right. So now I have a circuit that has 3 qubits and a collection of gates here. If you're familiar with quantum circuits, you know that there are many other types of gates, right? You have control gates, for example. You have gates that take parameters, for example, some sort of rotation gates. So maybe we can add a bit more to that. Hates? No hates, only gates. All right. I'm just concatenate essentially list of gates and just regenerate a circuit here. So what if, for example, now I want a rotation gate like the Rx gates. I want to apply it on, I don't know, qubit I. Let's say I haven't defined what I is. I'm going to say that the parameter for these gates is pi over 2. And let's say that I want to apply that gate to all of my qubits here. So I'm going to use this very Pythonic structure here called list composition, right? It's when you have a list and you create objects that follow something that describes a loop. So what happened here is that for each value of I between 0, 1, 2, the numbers of my qubits, the indices of my qubits, I appended an Rx gate with pi over 2, right? So very quickly, using Pythonic structures, you can grow your circuits in there. And now maybe to have another example gate, here's a C0. It's going to be applied to, let's say the target is going to be qubit I plus 1. The control is going to be qubit I, and it's going to be for I in range 2. Let's see what it does. There you go. So here, for each pair of qubits, basically I define a CNOT gate. The target is the qubit with a higher index, and the control is the qubit with the preceding index, right? So you can very quickly, through basic Python interactions, build a circuit. And from that, it goes pretty quickly. Essentially, for example, if you have a circuit, it's called C1, you could, for example, compute the inverse of that circuit. Let's maybe call it, I don't know, like C. if I just draw C, for example, here, boom, I get the inverse of that circuit. So very quickly, you could say, for example, oh, I'm grabbing the circuit that I just defined in the previous cell. I'm gonna concatenate it with another circuit, for example, which is gonna be, I don't know, an RZ gate acting on qubit 2 with parameter whatever. I just call it 1. I don't really care about that one, right? And then concatenate it again with inverse of my initial circuit, and boom, like suddenly you've seen something that you may have seen before. I've seen, for example, in the previous presentation from the guest of NVIDIA, you had these repeated structures that appear actually in a lot of ansatz in quantum circuits for quantum computing. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is that, you know, gates are very simple objects. A circuit can be thought as just a list of gates, and, you know, you're going to define a few ones at the beginning, but very quickly, if you know how to use basic features of Python, you can define extremely complex things and put together gigantic complex circuits in there and get started. Maybe to finish that, you know, C1 is my circuit object. If I just look at the method, Tangelo actually gives you quite a lot of built-in stuff in there, right? You could add gates manually to a circuit. You could count stuff. For example, if I just call C1 counts and I press enter, no, it's an attribute. There you go. Oh, it counts all the gates in circuit 1. So it's going to tell you have 2 edge gates in there, you have 1 X gate, and so on, right? And is there any other method? So you can see draw, for example, you can get the depth of your circuit, you can get the inverse, you can extract variational parameters if any of these parameters are tagged as variational. And you can do a lot of operation. You can simplify some gates, remove more rotation, trim some qubits that don't have anything applied to them. You know, you can get started pretty quickly. Maybe the last thing I can do is to just say, what happens if I print a circuit? Well, this is what you get. It's nice for small circuits, but as you can imagine, it would not be very practical for large sizes in that. All right. This was very straightforward. I hope that I convinced you that at least it's very quick to put gates and circuits together in Tangelo. These are very simple objects. Yeah, you can hack into them if you want to, unlike Qiskit or other packages, which are a bit more in-depth. These gates and everything you saw is what I call abstract gates and abstract circuits. That is, we don't know how to simulate them. We don't know what's the operation that's attached to H. For example, if I playfully go here and say, I have a potato gate here, and I just call it potato. Oh, yeah, if I draw it, circ is not happy. But if I just print the thing, there you go. Happily, Tangelo will tell you that you have made a circuit with a potato gate. It only matters at the end of the day that what exactly the potato gate does on your qubits in the amplitudes when you use a backend. That is when you actually ask, hey, can you please simulate or execute that circuit somewhere, right? So right now what we've seen is mostly abstract. So let's get into that very quickly. In Tangelo, it's actually very easy to simulate a circuit using one of the many simulators. From that link module, again, you just call a function that's called getBackend. Here in that cell, I define a very simple circuit just to make the amplitudes very easy to understand. It's just an edge gate and an edge gate. You import getBackend, and you can, for example, pick Qiskit as a backend. You just, you know, in getBackend, one of the built-in option is Qiskit. You just plug the string Qiskit. And then you use that simulator object and you call the simulate method. You pass the circuit of your choice, and then you have additional parameters. If you want to see the state vector, if you want to add some noise, if you want to add a number of shots, or if you want to add some desired mid-circuit measurement, stuff like that. And if you just run that cell, what comes out of this is the frequency. So you can see that, for example, that circuit has 50% chance of returning the bit string 0, 1 and 50% chance of returning the string 1, 1. That's because the first qubit has an edge gate. So same probability of being measured in state 0 or state 1. The second qubit 1, is always in position 1. It only went through an X gate, right? If I just decide to, for example, say return false here, I don't get a state vector back, right? If I say, hey, you know what, maybe that's a bit more relevant. Hey, I don't want to use Qiskit. I want to use something else because I don't know, that other simulator is more performant for my use case. Maybe it's GPU enabled because I want to run something that's 25 qubits or something like that. Well, that's easy. Just change the string, for example. You want QLAX here. There you go. You just change one string. As you can see, the frequencies and the state vector are very similar. The frequencies will always be in the same format. The state vector could be different between simulators. You could decide to extract and reinject that state vector in the simulator to do something yourself. If you want to get more complex about simulation, for example, here's how I would introduce a noise model in Tangelo. You can define a quick object that would simulate some noise and say, hey, apply a polynoise with these probabilities on X gates, apply this other noise model on the H gate. And this time you create a backend that's going to run with QLAX, that's going to give you results with 10,000 shots, so 10,000 measurements, and apply this noise model. And when you run the cell, you'll see that this time you don't just get, you know, these two frequencies because you introduce some noise. You also see with a non-zero probability some other frequencies being observed, right? All right, last but not least, I mentioned earlier that I don't want to trap people with using Tangelo. I want people to feel empowered to use absolutely everything. So it's very easy to get in and out of Tangelo, basically. Here's an example of how I can just grab a Tangelo circuit and turn it into a Qiskit circuit. So you would call translate circuit, again, from the link module. And you can just say, hey, translate my circuit. My circuit is called C, and the target is Qiskit. You get an object. And actually, when you interact with that object, the draw function here is the Qiskit draw function. Like if I, for example, add, I don't know, let's add a new cell here, and I just say print C Qiskit. This is the print from Qiskit. So now you are fully able to do whatever you want using Qiskit, right? You could also do something different here. Why don't I try to use a translate circuit again with, I don't know, let's go to circ this time. Why not, right? Let's call it C circ. Wow, that is not what I wanted to do right now. So, yes. And you know what? Let's just print that. Let's just print what comes out of it. Okay, there you go. This is a circ object, and when I call print, that's the print function as defined in circ. All translations exist back and forth from Tangelo to, you know, Qiskit, circ, whatever, and vice versa. Which means also you can totally, if you want to, have, I don't know, why don't we translate directly from Qiskit to circ, right? So if I pass Qiskit here, my target is circ, my source is Qiskit. There you go. So I got the same, but basically instead I went straight from a Qiskit circuit to a circ circuit, right? So if you want to use Tangelo as a bridge or whatever, you get that as a freebie. All right, there. That's kind of it for that small demo. So I'm going back to my slide, but I hope I convinced you that basically it's extremely easy to get started with Tangelo and connect that to existing projects that you may have. All right, then maybe I'm going to pause for a second. Is there any questions or anything so far? I'm going to wait a couple more seconds, and if nothing comes up, I'll just resume. Okay, I resume the slides then. Okay, we're going to talk about chemistry modeling. So it's not easy to move essentially from molecules to qubits. There's actually quite a few steps. This is an active area of research, but basically there's different formalisms that are used. You can encode a molecule into qubit using what we call the first or second quantization. I'm not going to go about that. We have whole notebooks with mathematical formulas and everything there if you want to dig into it. If you pick second quantization, which is the most popular one that's used heavily in VQE and everything, sorry, you can see there's a number of different ways to get there. There's stuff that you call qubit mappings with some well-known ones as Jordan Wigner and Bravi Kitaev. Oh, sorry, I just saw that actually you made me host and apparently I have to unmute people. I'm not sure how to do that. If you can type it very quickly. In participants, thank you. So if I click participants, I can see the list of participants. Okay, that's bad because first, you are not muted, according to me. Ask to unmute. I can just unmute everyone. There you go. Ask to unmute everyone. And you can
Amazing.
unmute if you want to.
Freedom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's stop for a second then and for questions. Hi.
Thank you, Valentin. Also, can you just so when you click on participants and then hover over my name and click on more, I think you might be able to assign me as a host.
I just see a list of participants. I can do more and I can make you co-host. There you
Yeah,
go.
that works. Thank
Okay,
you, thank you,
question.
We had a question from Shui. Shui, do you want to unmute yourself and then ask the question, or
Oh yeah, hello.
yeah,
Hi.
thanks.
Oh, yeah, this is pretty amazing. I love that it can act as a bridge between different simulators. So is there a total amount of simulators that you've connected Tangelo to already, or can it be connected to like a custom?
Yeah, there's a number of built-in simulators, and then we'll give people the ability to add extra ones and make custom ones. The main ones that we have would be QLAX, which can be GPU activated with environment variables. We have Qiskit, we have Cirq. We still have support for the one from Microsoft in QShop. I think we had at least two additional ones. One is called QSIM, which is a project by Google, which has to do with the simulation of Clifford circuits. We used that one for research and went up to 40 qubits in simulation a while ago. And then my coworker Alexandre made a fun one, a symbolic one that doesn't return, basically can return literal expressions with thetas and whatever you want if you have some parameters there. On top of that, you can create your own simulator. You can create your own simulator object. And as long as you define how, what it means for it to simulate a quantum circuit or to compute an expectation value, you can kind of just plug that into libraries and everything, and it will be used as your backend. Does that answer your question?
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. And then I just had like a small question as to why we need to define a control in the collab. There is one. Usually we're taught to yeah, I think so. We're just taught to define the qubit, and then maybe we're taught to like put a target, but I haven't seen the control all the time. So
yeah, no, that's for control gates. In that particular scenario, that's a CNOT gate. So I need a control qubit and target qubit. But you can have control in almost any kind of gate. You can absolutely have control Hadamard gate, control rotation gate, multi-control gates. For example, if you're familiar with the Toffoli gate, the Toffoli gate is a gate that has two control qubits and only flip a third qubit if these two control qubits are in position 1.
Oh, okay. So is that kind of like the dot that's in the Qiskit where that dot that connects one qubit down to the next qubit? Is that what it signifies, or?
I'm not sure what you mean by dot. Usually a dot in Python would be
Oh, not in Python. I mean in the diagram and the circuit. No, I know. Okay, that answered my question.
Yes, in the diagram. Yes, you are right. If you look at where you probably don't see my mouse actually.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
the dot is your control qubit. Yes.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool.
Okay, cheers. Yeah, I had simple gates here, but you know, a lot of gate can take parameters, a lot of gate can take controls, right? I just kind of give you a spread of the very common gates, but we support more of them and they can be pretty complex. Right. Any other question?
Any questions? All right, Valentin, I actually have one. So on the simulator side of things, when you're choosing a particular backend, is
Yeah.
there any flexibility to play around with which simulator in particular you're using within Qiskit, for example?
That's a good question. It usually depends of what user chooses. We kind of supported what existed in Qiskit, QLAT, and stuff for a while, but they may have come up with new simulators that we are not quite yet using. I think right now, at the very least in the guts of Tangelo, depending on what you pick, that is, for example, whether or not you want to return a state vector, whether you have noises, whether you have shots, we made an educated decision to use the right simulator to perform this. But you definitely have in there, for example, in Circ and whatnot, simulators that will use the density matrix simulators, for example, if you have complex noise and whatnot. And I think we could support more, but it would be on demand, right? Someone has to come up to us and say, hey, have you guys seen that very cool thing that's in the Qiskit or in the Circ package? I would like to have the ability, for example, to say in Get backend, please use that simulator as the backend for my simulation. For us, it's usually not too hard to do. It's just a matter of bandwidth. That's it.
And one little follow-up to that, I was very impressed by the fact that you're actually able to perform gate operations that are native to like the Qiskit package in the way that the syntax of Qiskit works, while using it in this Tangelo notebook. And you didn't have to download Qiskit. Am I right?
Oh no, I had to do it. Like it's in the pip install at the beginning of the dependency. So you can see, here you go, Qiskit air.
I see.
Essentially, this could have been forced when installing Tangelo, but I don't want to force people to install a boatload of packages for nothing, right? But the cell with installation of all this package, it doesn't even take 2 minutes. I think it takes like 1 minute. So pretty quick.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Valentin.
Okay. So yes, under the hood, sorry, there is no magic. There is no magic under the hood, right? We use Qiskit, we install Qiskit, we just have the bridge and we use the API. We just make extremely convenient for you to use all of these things with minimal effort. And we just always make sure we give you the option to get out of here and have very fine control to do whatever it is you want to do. All right, I'm gonna...
Maybe I guess one more question. That was just to piggyback on that. So in that same way, could we define our own library and pip install that to work inside of Tangelo, or would that break something in like...
To do inside of Tangelo, I don't know. Let's just imagine for a second you have your own code that exists somewhere, you know, and that code uses some third-party libraries that maybe you have created, right? You know, as long as you're able to define a module or some code that imports them, you can actually contribute that to Tangelo if you build like a module, a plugin that goes in there. Or if you just instantiate a Tangelo object that under the hood imports and use this, things will just work.
Awesome, cool.
Right. That's the way we proceed, right? If tomorrow someone creates a new quantum computer or a new awesome simulator, we should just be able to draw a little box around it and plug that in. That's kind of the idea. All right, let's move forward. I know time has been shifting apparently in your previous sessions, but I don't want to add to the fire. So, okay. Chemistry. Not a chemist. Won't get into too much detail. Math, science. Basically, modeling chemical systems is complex. The bottom line is what makes it really hard is the exponential explosion of operations and configurations to consider, depending on where electrons could be moving in the orbitals of your molecule. That's why it's a hard problem. That's why we're looking into quantum computing as early application of quantum computers. Depending on how these electrons moves into the different layers of this diagram, for example, in position up, in position down, you have different probabilities associated to energy levels in your molecules, right? Hence the idea that you should be able to map these electrons to molecular orbitals and qubits in a way, and that you should be able to maybe trim what kind of configurations you're looking at if your chemical knowledge allows you to know that for sure some of these layers will be empty or will be full, depending on the physics of the problem. So I guess the bottom line is modeling chemistry problems is complicated, and it's very valuable for people with actual chemical insights to be able to go there and say, hey, I want to cut bits of my problems, or I have ways to simplify my problems, because that may mean a lot less qubits, a lot less operations, or better accuracy. So really, one of the ideas of Tangelo, as I mentioned at the beginning, is you want to quickly put your ideas to the test and innovate. So really, everything is kind of like a toolbox, things you can draw from to quickly assemble something. And even if it's a new thing, you should be able to do that quickly. So it's like putting a puzzle together. You have these toolboxes that can contain very small things like, stuff to make circuits, stuff about qubit mapping, stuff about modeling chemical system. You should be able to grab these pieces of your puzzle and maybe, fill in that extra piece that is very much your research, your own unique new things in there to complete that puzzle, and then press play and see where that takes us, right? In terms of accuracy, in terms of maybe computational requirements. So that's really in the philosophy here, right? Let's take an example. You've all known probably about VQE, probably so tired of VQE. I'm tired of VQE. I got tired of VQE 4 years ago. So I won't explain the details, but you're probably aware that there's a lot of knobs that like you can turn in VQE. There's a lot of more or less arbitrary things you can control to drive the behavior of that algorithm, which can largely impact the final results, but also the resources it consumes, right? For example, on the top left, you have to turn your molecule into a qubit Hamiltonian. There are many mappings. There's more to life than Jordan Wigner and Bravik Kitaev. We actually have a bunch. Tangelo provides a number of built-in ones that you can just straight up use. Or you could also define your own function. You could also define, hey, that's the way I turn a molecule into a Hamiltonian and use my Hamiltonian, right? Similarly, bottom left, your NSAT circuit can be anything. Can be something extremely dumb that knows nothing about chemistry, or it can be something chemically inspired. Our guest earlier from NVIDIA flashed, that a little bit with, I think, something using GenAI to produce an NSAT, right? So you can use one of many built-in options, or again, provide your very own hard-coded variational circuit, like I was typing earlier. For example, I'd say that's my NSATs, and these are my variational parameters. As I demonstrated earlier, you should be easily able to pick your backend, right? Depending on what you want to run, what's going to be fastest, what's going to be the best at modeling, maybe noise or something like that. You can pick whatever you want. You can even plug and play your own. And finally, the optimization loop could be anything, right? As long as you define, hey, this is how my optimization loop works. Like if you give me a list of parameters and you tell me how to decide what's the next set of parameters, you can plug in anything. But you can just grab anything from SciPy, some of the libraries, and you just work straight out of the box right now. So that's really the idea between convenience and fine control. I want to make it super easy for you if you don't really care, if you just want default option or what's kind of trending in the community that's supported. But if you're not happy with that, and if you really want to do something different, you want to do something very specific, your own thing, like you can just get in there and say, nope, that's what I'm going to do. You're going to have to take this thing, and I decide. And the idea is that VQE is just a building block. It's not the end. Everything in Tangelo was made to be modular and extendable, right? Because things we do are complicated. You may want to combine or go further than what the community has come up with. There's so much room for improvement in algorithm development that it's a necessity. So for example, I'm going to show that in just 1 or 2 cells of code with VQE quickly. But VQE and any other algorithm would track your computational requirements. It would tell you, hey, like if you model this problem with VQE, you don't even need to simulate it, by the way. Even without any kind of simulation, like here's the size of your Hamiltonian, here's the size of your circuit you'd get, here's the number of variational parameters. And you can then quickly decide that whether or not it's a stupid idea or this is a great approach, depending on your problem. You can extend it to build more complex approach. There's actually a bunch of variations of VQE that can be a bit more complex that allow you to do more. It's described in some tutorials that I will flash to you a bit later. And you can even combine VQE with approaches that decompose the problems into smaller ones. If you want to look at a very big system, but unfortunately, we know that simulators and quantum computers are limited right now. So just like with classical chemistry, you could chop a system down into bits and take one of these bits to a quantum computer to see what impact, what advantage a quantum computer could yield on a non-trivial system, right? These are examples of what we call problem decomposition technique or fragmentation technique that could chop big problems into something smaller. Fun fact, all the molecules you see right now in there have their own tutorial notebook, and they are actual use case we can tackle with Tangelo, right? So it's not just all about those 2 H's linked together. You can already do stuff with a mix of classical and quantum computing with Tangelo on systems that are a bit more complex. I'm gonna skim through my content maybe and not read line by line. There's some blogs in there on Amazon with Tangelo and with a very large scale fragmentation techniques. If you're interested in that, I'll share my slides and everything, and you can look into that yourself later. But we wanted to show that basically you can explore with Tangelo the impact of quantum computing on non-trivial problems, on even very large ones. All right, I'll show you some code. Let's go back here. Let's go back to VQE. I'm gonna close that up. It's gonna be quickly. In Tangelo, you can import a molecule object. Here's the second quantized molecule typically used for VQE. It's very easy to define a molecule, just like many other packages. There's literally no difference. If you give us the coordinates of your atoms in space, X, Y, Z, then you can build a molecule out of it. When you give us the coordinates of this atom and you define other things that are relevant for chemists, such as the charge, the spin, or what we call a basis set, which is kind of how accurate is the representation of the probability distribution of your electrons. This is deeper than that, but this is very much chemistry modeling at the deepest level. There's an entire notebook about that explained that from one of the scientists, so wouldn't get too much into it. If you print this object, you see that a number of things have been computed. In the background, we use PySCF or Sci4, for example, to do these very cheap classical computations, which are a prelude to, unrolling, for example, a quantum algorithm. If you're doing quantum computing, you should very much worry about the accuracy of your answer, because quantum computing is noisy and because the algorithms themselves may make approximation or may not be, an exact mapping of energy electron correlation theory to, get a result. For convenience, in the algorithm toolbox of Tangelo, we provide some classical algorithms that will give you reference values, right? So for example, here's 2 very popular one in the quantum chemistry community called FCI and CCSD. FCI is exact, but exponential scaling. So, people can't do much with this. As your molecule grows, it quickly blows up. CCSD is cheaper, but a bit less accurate. So if I run this cell right now, as you can see for this cute little H2 molecule, this is instant, right? We get an exact result for H2 instantly. Quantum computers and quantum algorithm are really, really far from that. So even on this very, very small problem, there's already like a lot to do with quantum algorithm development. If I try to tackle this with a quantum computer very quickly using VQE, I can import my VQE solver from my algorithm toolbox. VQE solver would be instantiated with options. Here I provide very simple options and implicitly a lot of defaults I pick. If you just give me a molecule, if you say, hey, the option is a molecule, here's the molecule object that I just defined, you can instantiate your VQE solver. We call the build function. The build function will compute all the intermediate quantity, generate the initial circuits for VQE. And then we run VQE with .simulate. So that's where the entire optimization with a backend, here I don't specify a backend, so default is picked, that would be circ, for example. And the whole thing is run, and at the end you get an optimal. So if I just press this cell, it executes really quickly. As you can see for H2 with the simulator that's being used, the result is really, really close to the exact ones, right? Under the hood, default options are picked. There was a qubit mapping that was picked. For example, it was, oh, actually, I can tell you that. Going back, get resources. You want to know how much resources your algorithm has taken or will take. You can always call on your solver get resources, even for other algorithms, right? Even for other solvers, and tell you here, hey, I use 4 qubits. There were 64 2-qubit gates, 12 variational parameters, stuff like that. So it allows you to quickly decide whether or not this algorithm makes sense or not. If I just do a pretty print of my VQE solver object, nope. What if I just do there? Okay, as you can see, my object, my VQE solver has many fields actually attached to it, right? So you could retrieve an optimal circuit, an optimal energy, the optimal variational parameters. You could retrieve what kind of optimizer was used. You could retrieve what kind of qubit Hamiltonian and qubit mapping was applied to a molecule under the hood there. So you didn't have to specify all these options, but if you wanted to, you could have specified all these options. If I go quickly to one of the hands-on exercise, I promise I'll go over to GitHub very quickly at the end. I have this little cute boss fight here. Just a H2O molecule is already quite a serious problem. But you could see that your dictionary of options for VQE could be pretty complex, right? When you could say, here's my backend, here's my molecule, here's my qubit mapping, here's the option I passed for my backend, I want you to be verbose, right? So you have a lot of control if you want to dig in there and provide your own options for these things. I have this cell that I'm not going to run today, but Tangelo also facilitated the submissions of hardware experiment. For example, we have this connection to IBM, where if you have an IBM token, here you go, in 4 lines, you can submit a job. You create the connection object, you say, I want to submit a job to sampler on this device, 100 shots, here's my circuit, here's the options that IBM understand, and there you go. You can just query for the status of your job and get the result as a histogram at the end. All right, then. I'm technically at time. Amaro, am I allowed to have an extra 10 minutes, maybe, to just wrap things up? I think I can squeeze it in within 10 minutes.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think we can do 10 minutes.
Okay. I just want to go to, there you go, let's go to Tangelo. Let's go to see the repo. So today I only expose, a fraction of what's possible to do. But the point is that everything is available online publicly, and it's pretty easy. I've seen a lot of success in tutorials at international conferences where people just left the room and say, thank you, like I actually don't need you. I can go through all of that. I'll give it to my students and this will be fine. So you have 2 repos. One is the Tangelo repo. There's a lot of README about, the installation, the description of the packages and whatnot, and you have a few interesting links. For example, if you click on features here, you see a nice graphic way to see the collection of features. You don't have to dig into the package and search and whatnot. If you go to docs, you have a rendered documentation here with a number of things, including, the source code documentation. if you need something. It's automated. It's always the latest version. We don't do like, I don't know, Qiskit and keep 50 versions of documentation based on versions that do not exist anymore. There's a blog, which used to be the Good Chemistry blog, if you want to see blogs in them. And more relevant to you, there is another repo that's separate, which is the tutorial repo. That's where we keep all of the examples, all the notebooks, and all the hands-on exercises. So that's kind of the wealth of information to start from. There's usually a folder for examples, bunch of notebooks, and hands-on, which is really something people can dig in and have to fill in some code cells to learn. We have many tutorials, and they're not just how to code, they are about, you know, quantum computing, the reality of doing hardware experiments, or the modeling of quantum chemistry problems. We tag them by topics so that people can identify what they are interested in. For example, if I just go to, let's say, density matrix embedding theory, it's going to load a notebook that has a bunch of picture about, hey, here's a system, here's what's difficult, here's the theory of the MET. You're going to find some math in there. You're going to find some references to article. You're going to find some code cells that go over an example with Tangelo that will print a lot of things, apparently. Compute some quantities. And here, for example, you see how to pair the MET with VQE and whatnot. Some of these notebooks are more about like quantum chemistry modeling. Some of them are more about like basic stuff about quantum computing. For example, is one labeled Introduction. That's basically about gates and circuits. So you're going to see a lot about what I've shown today, but in more detail, right? You can see all the gates and all the backends here, like stuff that I wouldn't have time to explain otherwise. Finally, maybe worth it. We have done a number of actual experiments on hardware. We spend like 6 figures with people on hardware experiments that are not trivial. We detail entire experiments from beginning to end with all the difficult things I have to do, like noisy simulation, reducing the amount of resources, being smart about the modeling, mitigating the noises at the end in very extensive notebooks. That one in particular, well, I would be scrolling down, but you wouldn't see much right now, was a companion notebook for a blog on Amazon's website. So when we talk about, for example, the phenomena of umbrella inversion on H2O, and we show how to combine like a large scale like problem decomposition technique with Tangelo to run an algorithm on a small piece of that problem, that leads to a circuit that is run in Amazon bracket on an actual device. I think it was the IonQ device, if I remember, and how Tangelo helps us to compute the error bars, retrieve the solution of the problems, and even uses at the end, courtesy of James Brown, who's now working at QBraid, an approach based on fault-tolerant quantum computing. So it's a nice tie-up of how Tangelo can cover like a broad range of algorithm, NISQ or fault-tolerant, and bring that to actual hardware and do something with it. So there's a wealth, essentially, of information there. If you click just open in Collab and you have a Gmail account, whatever, retry, there you go, now it works. It finds all the notebooks that are under the Tangelo repo, and there's a bunch of them under hands-on. That's why I used to do the tutorials. There's 2 versions of several notebooks, for example, T3 VQE, T3 VQE solve. If you just click on this, there you go. You have a notebook that's open in your web browser that runs on Google infrastructure, and you can just run this notebook. It just works. You have nothing else to do. And now you are in a hands-on notebook that has code cells that you can run and fill in. This is the solved version of a notebook. So the code cells are already filled and solved. But in the other version, for example, you would see stuff like insert code here, and this code would be missing, right? Which is a nice interactive way for you to ramp up in Tangelo if you don't just want to read tutorials and copy paste around. So it would be very easy for you to get started with Tangelo. Within 2 or 3 hours, you would be surprised at the amount of stuff that you know already about Tangelo. It's pretty straightforward. All right, then. Let me conclude now. I have like 2 minutes left. Won't get into detail, but hardware experiments are hard. You probably know already the difference between running with an exact simulator and an exact QPU. Maybe 70–80% of the research that we see published right now is on simulators and not on QPUs. And when I ask actual professionals at international conferences, how many people have run a hardware experiment, I don't get that many hands raised. And then when I ask them, how many people run a serious hardware experiment, like not just the basic demo that you found in a tutorial or whatever, then I only have like 1 or 2 hands up among 50 people, right? So running hardware experiments is hard, right? At the end of the day, you have this machine that talks in histogram and you have to figure out what to do with that. So very much in the experiment design, you have to think about the resource estimation. You have to find out something that a quantum computer could actually do. Otherwise, you just get useless garbage. Sorry, but that's going to be the reality. You're going to have to maybe simulate the behavior of a noisy device beforehand. You're going to have to simplify the circuit. You're going to have to define a measurement strategy to be smart about doing more with less. And then after, you're going to have to deal with histogram, and somehow you have to massage that into, I don't know, the figure for your publication, right? My friend Erica ran an experiment last year on NYAQ that I think ran 4,000 circuits. She had 4,000 histogram that she had to recombine to get some insights about the hardware or the modeling. So she had to aggregate them, she had to renormalize them, she had to apply post-selection, she had to recompute quantities of interest in the chemical space, estimate the error bars, and mitigate some noise in there. This is very complex, so Tangelo has a lot of tools and a notebook for that. Last but not least, there's differences between NISQ and fault-tolerant approaches. Very complex unitaries, deeper circuits in there. Tangelo has tutorials and building blocks to help you build like a lot of fault-tolerant approaches. There's also a tutorial notebook, a hands-on called T5. So next to T3, VQE, T3 hardware experiments, we have T5 for fault-tolerant. So all of that is included in Tangelo. So whether you're doing NISQ or fault-tolerant, whether you're looking at doing your research on simulators, on actual quantum devices, Tangelo can help you get there. There's a growing community around Tangelo. We've seen a number of peer-reviewed publications being pushed out, some of them by people I have never talked to. So people on the other side of the world apparently found Tangelo easy to grasp and decided to go with it, even though it's a much smaller project, arguably, that some of the big ones pushed by, for example, Google, Amazon, IBM. I'm not going to go in depth, but hey, you should really consider contributing to open source. You would build very deep and useful skills for your lab and your professional career. And again, you can do everything you want with Tangelo. The license is so unrestricted that whether it's research, education, or even building a commercial product, you are free to do absolutely whatever you want to do with it. All right, I'm going to stop here. I think that's going to be the end. And I'll take maybe just a few questions if time allows. That's it.
Valentin, thank you so much. Any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, I was wondering, how would you see the transition going from relying on the reference classical solvers to getting the results on more complicated molecules and structures only from quantum algorithms? I'm wondering if you think that would be a reality soon, and if so, how would we go about like trusting the algorithms?
Valentin, did you get to hear that question?
Yes, I heard that. I think it's a great question. This is a very practical one. I think we are very not near to be able to rely on either algorithms or the device to do these things. Even for H2, which is like a toy model problem that's instantly resolved exactly with a classical solver, we still can't really solve that with a quantum computer. Like it would take a ridiculous amount of effort and resources to solve that simple problem. In terms of scaling, I don't think we should see a quantum computer as this omnipotent device that can just take on any kind of molecule. Just like classical devices, a quantum computer has a limited amount of qubits available. It has a limited amount of accuracy per operation that's going to grow into, diffusing some noises in there. So I would use all the tricks we already know from chemistry modeling. For example, these approaches that can chop a big molecule down into sub-problems and solve these problems independently and recombine these answers to reconstruct the original answer. You could apply a solver that's classical or that's quantum to any of these pieces. So in that sense, I think we have a spectrum of opportunities that as quantum computers get better and as algorithms, quantum algorithms get better, we may be able to give a bigger and a more ambitious piece of big problems to quantum computers until we reach a turning point when we can just maybe throw an entire problem at a quantum computer. But we still need those classical solvers to get these reference values and be critical of what comes out of a quantum computer. If VQE returns -3, how do you know that -3 is good, right? You need somehow to use like a classical reference to tell you that. Does that answer your question?
Any other questions? Not, please let's put our hands together for Valentin one more time. Thank you very much, Valentin. I think you'll get to see, if you're able to stick around, you're able to see the fruit of the amazing software that you've created very momentarily. And so for the people that have made it this far, thank you. I know it's been very long, a lot of content. We have our very last part of the day, but certainly, you know, as equally exciting. This actually is very close to my heart personally, because the presentation now is it's a culmination of a lot of work of the presenters. They participated in the New York City hackathon, the first New York City hack that was organized in collaboration with Columbia, NYU, and City College CUNY. And so we wanted to invite them to showcase not just how they participated, but how they won the challenge that they participated in, which was the Sandbox AQ challenge using Tangelo, and also how they won the entirety of the competition. They're the grand victors of a competition of competitions, essentially. And I know that the audience is not what you expected, but I'm certain that whoever is here and also the people that will be watching this later on will very much, with all enthusiasm, welcome you to the stage. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shuai.
I remember that team too, so.
You guys want to present from this directly?
Or maybe I can airdrop the slide. It would be easier. What do you think?
Or if you want to join the Zoom,
Oh,
it's
sure,
on the,
sure.
it's on the New York City Hack websites.
Great.
Sorry, the NYAQ websites.
So we're here.
Yes.
Cool. And yeah, thank you. It's great to be here, and it's been amazing to take part of like the lecture so far. So far, it's been fascinating, and also now getting more insight into Tangelo is amazing. It's such an amazing platform, and we've had the opportunity to work with it in the hackathon, and it was a lot of fun. We were amazed at every step of the way, learning how simple it is, but also how there is crazy amounts of knowledge and information underneath each step. So it was a lot of fun. I'm joining the Zoom. Maybe we can first introduce ourselves. I'm Yuval. I'm a third-year student at Columbia University. We took part at the fun hackathon.
Yeah, I'm Rohan, also from Columbia. I'm a freshman studying computer science. Yeah.
My name is Han, and I'm also from Columbia, and I'm majoring in applied mathematics, and I'm a senior.
Yeah, great. So over here.
You can share screen.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Cool. Now,
Okay. We'll try again.
yeah, now can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect, great. So we'll just give an overview of how the hackathon looked like. We started with a weekend of presentations, a lot of workshops with Sandbox, NYAQ, and working with Tangelo, and then all the other parts of the hackathon. Then we had a week during the Sunday to Friday to work on our project, and then present it on the last day, attendant to show our project. And what we wanted to do is we took the Sandbox challenge. It was really interesting. We needed to the first challenge that they gave is to kind of use the algorithms available in Tangelo to simulate LIH, the molecule. It's lithium hydride. It's a small one. It's easy to work with. So we started with that. We'll give a short overview soon of the algorithms that we implemented for that molecule. And then a part of the challenge was to try and take what we did and use and try to tackle more complicated systems. And what we wanted to do is to kind of see if we can use what we did to blend in the process of filtering chromium, which is can be a toxic element found in a lot of different environments. It is produced in many different places, in a lot of different industries, and it's actually a really big hazard. It can be extremely toxic, and there are many interesting ways of kind of dealing with it and purifying, like transitioning chromium-6, which is the toxic element, into chromium-3, which is a different version that it's not as toxic. And maybe you can explain just a bit about the
so this process is organically modified silicon materials. So we use ethylene diamine, which is this part. So this is a little bit complicated and large molecule. So we need quantum simulation to simulate accurately and efficiently.
Yeah. And what we wanted to do is just take our algorithms and try to simulate all the different parts in the process that are important for the process that we found in that great paper. And we first we will explain the LIH algorithms, and then we'll give a short description of what we did and the method that we kind of came up with to tackle this larger molecule that had a lot more depth into.
Yeah, so we wanted to simulate the ground and excited state energies of these different molecules. And to do that, we started based on the variational quantum eigensolver, which we saw in the previous presentation. And so we can use the variational quantum eigensolver initially to simulate the ground state energy of lithium hydride. Then to simulate excited states, we need to improve on that with using different algorithms which we implemented, such as VQE with deflation, that basically adds penalty terms to your ground state, which allows you to simulate excited state energies. And then shift average VQE, quantum subspace expansion, and to simulate the molecule over time, we used Hamiltonian time-step evolution using the Trotter-Suzuki decomposition and Q-drift. Yeah, so for the ground states, we use VQE, and essentially we created a molecule simulator object, which which simulates the molecule you provided using the definition given here, like with the lithium and hydride molecules. And we calculated the classical references, then used VQE to match up against that. And we see that we got a pretty accurate result with the relative error of 10 to the minus 7. Then for our excited state algorithms, we use VQE with deflation, I just explained, using an orthogonal penalty against the previous calculations we do. And subspace expansion. The results we got from that are shown here. We got those results and they matched up with what we found online. Maybe Yeah. we'll talk about the resources soon, but another thing that we did is the time evolution, which was quite interesting. Yeah, we used Trotter-Suzuki decomposition, using that to evolve the state over time, and we got these graphs of energy. Yeah. And now we can talk about how it was interesting when we tried to transition into a different molecule. It was all of a sudden we need to kind of change all the different parts of the code that we were using, because as Valentin was explaining, we need to use different approximations. We need to think about the basis functions that we're using to describe, and we need to transition the classical Hamiltonian into one that can be then mapped into quantum hardware. So there's a lot of different, like Valentin was saying, knobs that you can twist. And at first, when we tried to kind of develop the project, it was unclear to us what would be the best way to go about it, because it felt kind of missing the point when we had to kind of to change everything for every molecule that we tried, because when we were like during the hackathon thinking of the project that we want to carry out, we were trying different things, testing different molecules, but each molecule, each system required a lot of different specific configurations to be it, so that we were able to implement it and run it with our own devices. And then when we tried to implement the large molecule over here, things got quite more challenging. It has a lot of active electrons. When we used the basis that we found to be the most suitable for organic materials, it was even a lot of more virtual orbits. Like just a lot of things went on there. So we had to like figure out how to approximate our results. And we didn't want to just use trial and error, because first it was weird to just choose a different setting and then wait to see if we get a result, because sometimes it takes a lot of time for those algorithms to run. So we wanted to kind of map out a lot of different circuits that we will be able to run. And what we did is that we played with like all the different parameters that that are available in Tangelo, the different mapping, the different ansatz. But we found that the most crucial effect is given by the orbitals that we're using to include in our qubit Hamiltonian. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to try a lot of different options using different combinations of electron orbitals configurations. And we kind of developed a program that would let you choose the number of different groups that you would take from those orbitals. You would be able to specify how many options you want, and then it will give you a lot of circuits based on different configurations of the parameters. Each circuit has different complexity, and the complexity is both in the circuit's width, the number of qubits that you're using, the depth of the circuit, also the variational parameters that you can see here on the circuit. So what we wanted to do is just get a lot of different options rather than just like trying each one, and then start running our circuit from the easiest circuit to the most complicated one, and then go through each one, getting more and more accurate results. Some of them might be not the best results, and then you can just like average it out and kind of proceed and see how the trajectory of the entire thing is moving. And also, we wanted to compare it with the classical solvers, and we also did a similar thing for the classical version. But here we find that to be quite useful, because when we change the molecules, we could immediately get the entire space of the different circuits that we can run. And also it helped us, like when we tried different backends, we can get farther along and get more accurate results, rather than just like staying at some specified parameters that worked in our computer and just staying there and thinking that that's the most accurate that we can get. We can let our program run and get as much as far
in terms of accuracy as we can. And when we use better backends, if we can use GPUs or better simulators, then we can get farther along. And we also kind of made the program to allow you to have a specific time limit, or that you can kind of interrupt it in the middle, and then you will get the results and you would not lose the information that you carried out getting while you were running each circuit. And after that, we just like ran the VQE energies, the ground state energies for the chromium atoms. And then we also did it for the larger molecule. And you can see that when we ran it with the default backend setting, we were only able to get up to 16 qubits, the circuit width. But we would want in the future to kind of try and implement that on different backends and get farther along. And also do all the other exciting algorithms, because the qubit Hamiltonian and the mapping that you need to do is important, not just in VQE. If you could also take that and use it for the time evolution algorithms or the excited states, you need to always specify the parameters that you would put in your second quantized form, and then you would take that and run the algorithms. And we're thinking that that's an initial step that would help the user just get the most, like the best fit to your specific problem without the need to like kind of change yourself and find and see how it works. Yeah, and that's basically it. And there's still a lot of things that we find interesting to do in the future, and we still have a lot to learn. Like doing the process was so interesting. We tried to do the hands-on tutorials in Tangelo. We had to learn while we were going, and it was extremely interesting, and we'll definitely keep on going. And yeah, thank you. We will also be super happy to join tomorrow for the lectures for the day. It will be a lot of fun.
How much industry background did you have?
Yeah, not so
Very,
much.
very little.
Maybe
Yeah.
general chemistry.
Yeah, general things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we tried to read this, like when we were doing the hackathon, we started off by trying to read the papers. It was very interesting, but then after a few days, we realized we have to kind of find a way to implement the things that we want to try and work at. And then we kind of divided to, some of us tried to do the research on the specific process of filtering chromium out of the water and what would be most important to try and simulate from there. And yeah, we just carried on from there.
Did any of you have any background on quantum computer concepts like superposition, entanglement?
Yeah, that's a great question. So
Operators, do you know how to use operators or radio gates?
yeah. So in the beginning of the hackathon, we had a workshop. Like we all came with different experience. Some of us were working in the field before, some of us it was completely new to us. But we had a really fun workshop from QWorld. So we kind of went through the basics. And then, yeah, when we started to do the project, we really want to get into the circuits and think about circuit optimization and maybe error correcting. Like there's a lot of amazing like places to go, but it was so much information to understand all at once. So we kind of just figure out that we want to find a practical way to try different.
So you only had Q-bronze before you did this? You didn't do any quantum before?
I mean, I did a little bit of quantum computing before. Like before I joined college, I worked a bit in a quantum startup, but yeah, so.
So you were like a leader for both of them on quantum?
A little, but.
And in the hackathon, they did Q-bronze and Q-nickel.
Yeah,
That's right. Both of them.
Yeah.
Very hard classes, both.
They're
for beginners. very hard.
Yeah, but like the instructors, they're remarkable, so they're very accommodating generally, and they're flexible in the way that they deliver the.
Yeah, the lectures were really nice. That's
Okay,
Yeah.
since you guys already won, I can ask this question now. Was the result that you arrived at, was it what you envisioned when you first started working on the projects? If the answer to that is yes, that's great. If no, what limitations did you face in trying to achieve that end result that you had envisioned at the beginning?
Hmm. That's a great question. I guess at the beginning we kind of wanted to come up with something that we want to tackle, like the getting into pollutions and seeing if we can go in that chemistry areas. We wanted to go there, and then we wanted to like compare results from quantum simulation, quantum circuits to the papers that we read in that specific field. We wanted just like to show that that's what we can do today. In the future, it will be very different, but we wanted to do that. And if we're being honest, like at the beginning, it was really hard to do. Whenever we tried a new molecule, it was really hard to make it work. It was like all the parameters it was very complicated. And then only the last 2 days, we kind of figure out the way that we can create the methods that will try all the different parameters for us. And it really helped us like go through with finding the interesting results for the molecules that we were interested in. And yeah, the first part of the hackathon, it was just following the Tangelo notebooks, learning through reading them, working with them. It was super useful, and we learned a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really envision like our end result before we started. It was kind of, we tried to implement different algorithms, and as we proceeded and tried to do bigger molecules, we implemented the thing that could try different possibilities for us and realized that was like a interesting direction to go down.
Yeah.
So
And we're also interested if that would something that would be useful in Tangelo, like to have that functionality for users to just rather than having to have the chemistry background and understanding what would be the best way to approximate the system. We're wondering whether that would be something useful to just have like the methods choosing for you the best configuration, and then let you just have the results. Yeah, we're not sure about it, because also like on the one hand, right now people that would use it are probably very field specific and they know exactly what they're doing, and it's not just like for anyone. But on the other hand, there are other advantages in doing that in the way that like each hardware has like different advantages, disadvantages, and then maybe you can like transition your experience from one place to another and maybe like get slightly more improvement.
I think that fits like a glove with Tangelo's vision. Essentially, is making it easier across the board for different backends. So I can definitely see the optimization regime that you guys have kind of considered being a crucial part of it. We have to get that Tangelo meeting here as soon as possible.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, let me just close this for a minute. Shui, thank you very much for making it all the way to the end. I don't know if you can hear me, but it was an absolute pleasure having you online.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is there anything? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for doing the Zoom. It was really helpful because I just took the screenshots of a lot of stuff too, so it's really useful.
I'm glad to like. Thank you very much for engaging again so intimately. Thank you.
Is there anything tomorrow or?